So yeah, where we left off, you guys had quite the encounter. Uh, Barely escaped the realm of Neurono, and after making I guess we'll call it a somewhat of a pact with Oath, Elwyn managed to transport you guys to safety amidst quite the attack on that ghostly Theros in Nagono. When you awakened, sort of got your senses back around you, you discovered that you are on what seemed to be a rooftop amidst a flooded city. Um, you can't really see much from where you're at. The rooftop itself is empty, devoid of anything. There is a small, what looks like hatch in the back corner of the rooftop. But getting your bearings and looking around, trying to take the environment in, it seems like the city itself is surrounded by very tall mountaintops. And whatever city, this flooded city this is at this point, is nestled at the base of all these mountains.
So we see like a mountain range all around us.
Yes, quite the
Okay.
distance away. The city itself is vast.
And the
Um,
city's flooded as well.
Yeah, sort of peering over the edge of the roof. The water's pretty close up, so the water itself is reached maybe about 10 to 15 feet below the rooftop that you're standing on. And there are several other buildings in various states of disrepair, and you can see the rooftops of these buildings peeking out of the floods as well. The water's pretty clear. You can see a decent ways down to what used to be the street level of this city.
How high did you say the water level is?
It's about from where you're standing. Your best guess would be about 60 to 80 feet deep.
Okay, interesting. And is there like a large body of water visible from here?
No,
do we
Interesting.
see what does the sky look like?
looks clear. Looks fine. A little cloudy. Clear blue sky.
Regular sky.
Yep. Visually, the
Can I
world is
try
a little
and
gray.
use my thing that tells me which way north is?
Yeah. So using that, you do actually get a direction about you that spins you
Okay.
in a northern facing.
Okay.
So we're no
Um.
longer in whatever the hell that place was that we were just in.
Oh, does this count as us having a long rest, or are we still at
Not
the
yet.
same? Not yet.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. You have not gotten a rest.
I have no resources.
Uh, how big is this rooftop that we're on?
It's about 40 by 40.
Well, we made it out of there in one piece, but now we're in a different situation.
Is uh is Gideon like conscious?
He's sort of just getting his senses about him, getting himself up right now.
Do I still have both hilts in my hand?
You do.
Do I feel anything?
That same sort of tug in both directions when you try to center your senses on them.
So it hasn't like quieted down or anything.
No, no, it still seems to be in a state of attempting to repel each other.
I guess I'm gonna like pace around like the edge of the building, see if there's any like I guess just take a better look around, see if there's any like other places we can get to from here.
Okay. Roll perception as you travel.
18.
So looking down into the water, you can make out what looked to be moving essences, maybe spirits of some kind. It's hard to make out a form, but they seem to be walking through these streets below under the water. Um, as far as anything accessible, you kind of there's the small hatch, the hatch door in the back right corner of the rooftop that you're standing on.
Okay.
But anywhere else, you'd have to get in the water and swim.
And our rooftop is our rooftop the only one that's like above water?
No, there's dozens of other rooftops within your visual range that are above water.
Okay.
Some taller than others.
Do I see any boats?
Uh, roll perception as well.
Uh, that's gonna be non-natural 20.
Okay. You hear what sounds like birds, and looking off in the distance, you see the several wrecks uh, of ships. Just most of them decayed, destroyed, unusable. It also looks like they came in and maybe sailed over those mountains and into this pit. Uh, a lot of them are wrecked in various areas on top of rooftops or between buildings. Some have sunken most of the way or all the way down into the water below. But there's at least a dozen of them in specifically one direction to your southeast.
So just a pile of shipwrecks.
Not a big pile of them, but there's a good number of them. It's hard to say. It's a good distance away from you, so it's hard to say exactly how many there are and what state they're in. There's not really any on top of any others, but they're just scattered about in that
Let's
area.
see.
I
And I
feel
don't
like
really.
if Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't really spot any other vessels in the
No,
other directions.
no, especially nothing that looks like it's working or operational.
Okay.
I feel like if anything, I'm probably preoccupied with watching the shapes and figures like mill about under the water. So maybe I'm like crouched and like sort of staring.
Okay. Yeah, Gideon joins you and sort of peers over the edge.
I guess I'll like point a finger and say, "Are those people?"
He gets down on a knee as well and sort of squints down. Um, he says, I can't really make it out. It appears to be.
Hmm. I
Well, I
guess
don't
I'll
know.
go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna turn around and say, "Hey, either you know what this is?"
Um, are you referring to the figures down there in the water?
Yeah.
Hmm. Owen looks down, stops to think for a moment. Do I happen to have any knowledge about what that might be? Anything I've read about in my travels or
Roll
anything I've
history.
heard about? 14 plus 2, 16.
Um, doesn't really draw your attention to anything in particular. Uh, relates to maybe some myths of like ghost towns, things like that. But as far as flooded cities, uh, you don't really know of any that resemble the geography of this area. You know the lost city of Olanton that was sunken by the gods, but is well below the waves. The ruins very deep underwater at this point. Nothing really would be sticking out. So it doesn't ring a bell of anything that you knew of or heard of in Theros.
Do they look human?
Roll investigation.
Okay, that's 17 plus 6,
Okay.
23.
They do give the appearance of human or humanoid at least. They're at the very bottom in the streets of this city, basically just walking and pacing through the streets aimlessly. But they do appear humanoid.
Is there any rubble or anything, like any stones on the top of the building?
Not on the top of the building, but you see quite a bit of rubble below in the streets underwater.
Okay.
Owen looks over and says, doesn't seem to look like anything I recognize, but I also don't know of many creatures that can just walk at the bottom of water like that. whatever it is, I don't think it's something we want to approach.
Good.
I don't know if we
Good.
have much choice.
Okay, do a nature check.
Yeah, what are you looking for?
To figure out what these things are.
Sure.
17.
They don't appear very lifelike in any sense. You don't get a nature of organization or anything like that. They seem aimlessly wandering.
Uh, I'm gonna walk over to that hatch and see if it's locked.
Okay. It's got a big steel round handle, and as you yank on it, it gives a little bit, but it seems like it's being held below somehow.
Oh boy. Looks like this hatch won't open. Maybe with a couple more of us, we could tear it open, perhaps. I'm not the most confident in my strength, but
I'll walk over and, without saying anything, and just like try and pull it up.
Roll strength.
8.
It,
nice.
Tacitus just strides over, confident as hell, gives it a good yank, but can't quite pull it up.
I guess I lost my grip or something.
I'm gonna go back to the edge of the building and like look down and see if there's windows on the like right beneath us.
You do see windows down there below the water.
Is there like how we're on the rooftop? Is there like where the hatch would lead into on that floor? Is there a window?
Yeah, there's a window that seems about that level.
Okay, so the water comes all the way up to the top of the building.
Just about up to the top, yeah, given like 5 or 10 feet below it.
Okay, so is the window that I'm looking at above the water or below it?
It is below the water.
Okay, so basically, if we went inside the hatch, we would be in the portion of the building that is underwater.
Potentially. I mean, I wouldn't be sure unless you can get that hatch open or can see inside.
Okay.
Presumably.
Um, is the hatch made of wood?
Messing around with it, it seems like it's some sort of combination of stone and wood.
So probably can't break it very easily. I don't have a thieves tool set. I do. No, I don't. Oh, I do. I still have all my things with me, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can I? Does it look like something I could open with a crowbar?
Yeah, you can absolutely try that. When you pull it up, it's enough give that you can kind of get it underneath there.
Okay, I'm gonna pull out my crowbar and sort of give it a shot.
Okay. Yeah, you can wedge it underneath. Go ahead and roll strength.
All right, here we go.
Can I assist?
Sure. Yeah, it's just so you have advantage.
Well, I rolled a 3, so that's good. uh, the first time I push down on it, it's kind of like weak, and then Tacitus comes over and puts a hand on. And okay, that's better. 18.
Okay. So yeah, it gives you a little trouble with Tacitus's aid. You're able to just break the lock underneath. Snaps off. As it comes off, there's almost like a gust or a rush of air that blows up past you down below. Looking down below, the room seems to be dry for the most part, with a low level of water on the floor.
How low is low?
Hard to tell from up top, but not that you're not going to drown in it. You probably maybe ankle deep.
Okay, so just wet feet.
Yeah.
After helping, I'm gonna go to the edge of the building again, and I'm gonna I guess flick a coin. I guess I'll flick one of. I'm assuming I have some silver
Sure.
coins, or yeah, I probably have silver. I guess.
Yeah.
I'll flick a silver coin in, and I guess watch to see if the things below react?
So off the side of the building.
Yeah, like kind of just like not super far, but just like not like near where I guess some of the spirits or whatever is down
Okay.
there are walking.
Yeah, you watch that slowly sinks to the bottom. Nothing really reacts. They keep like meandering and wandering about, seemingly without purpose.
Almost like zombies. Looking into the room,
Hmm.
do I see any like tables, papers, books, anything of that sort?
Yeah, it looks to be a living quarters of some kind. Everything is decayed and dusted over. It's like it hasn't been lived in a very long time. From what you can see, there's what looks to be some sort of a desk that's basically broken, cracked, and ruined. There's what's left of a small bed, maybe a child's bed,
No
and
creatures.
no creatures that you can see now.
Okay. Elwin's gonna look back at the group and say, "I'm gonna jump down here and see if I can find any clues about where we are."
Right.
Is it a far jump?
No, it's not. It's about 8 feet.
Okay, I'm gonna jump down.
Okay. So you hop in. The ground creaks as you strike. You are roughly ankle deep in water. Uh, you're not exactly sure how structurally sound the floor is. As you sort of set your weight onto it and land, you definitely feel it creak and give just a bit of a ways.
I like sort of push my foot down on it and see just how try and get a sense of how structurally sound it is.
Yeah, just like pressing into it, it feels very soft. So it's not the safest state for sure.
Okay. Just in case I'm going to cast light on myself.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna like hover ever so slightly off the ground for now.
Okay. But otherwise, looking around in the space, there's a staircase that goes down on the far side of the room, and there's a doorway as well with a closed door that's damaged and just hanging slightly. So it's
Hmm.
a bit askew.
Is the staircase flooded?
Do you want to walk over there or float over there?
Yeah.
So heading over there, the staircase is flooded almost completely to the top. You can guess maybe there's half a foot of space between the water level and the ceiling below.
Okay. Um, I'm gonna investigate the room a little bit, see if I find any books or letters or papers or anything that might give me information about this place.
Roll investigation.
22.
And so looking around, there's a lot of paper and things of that nature, but it's all just soaked, or decayed to the point that there's really nothing legible left on it. Um, Sort of feeling around in the water, if you like, there's some objects, old clothing and fabrics, things like that. You can't really find anything of note.
And then the door that you were saying is sort of hanging.
Yes, over towards the staircase.
Is it on the same level?
It's on your level, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna like just peek around it and see what's in there.
Okay. Uh, Peeking through the doorway, you see a faint gray bluish glow. Sitting in the corner appears to be the specter of an old woman, just sitting and rocking in a chair.
Oh my. I'm gonna fly back up for a second
Okay.
out of the hatch to the rest of the group and be like, so nothing of note in the room beneath us, but in the room next to it, there seems to be a ghost. What do you think we should do?
Does it seem threatening?
It looks like an old lady just rocking in her chair, so I don't know. I've met old ladies who've been threatening before, so it's up in the air.
They didn't seem to pay attention to that coin I threw.
No, but I think this is a different creature altogether.
And
I don't know much about ghosts, so can't really say.
I guess I'll go talk to it. If I don't come back, just go on without me.
yeah,
I mean, I don't think any of us are doing anything up here. We might as well come down.
If you do, just be careful because the ground doesn't seem the most structurally stable. I'm currently not touching it, and you see me just floating above the floor.
You guys
Oh.
want to hop down?
I think I will hop down last.
Crix.
Okay.
yeah. No, I'm gonna follow.
Okay. Gideon sort of kneels at the top. He says, you know, I'll remain up here just in case. I don't want to put too much weight on that, and I'll keep an eye out.
Sure thing.
So
Is there anything up here for me to like tie? Actually, do I even have my rope anymore?
yeah, you can still have a bit of rope left for sure.
Okay. Is there anything for me to tie the rope onto so that, like, if necessary, we can get back up?
You can adhere it to the hatch.
And that won't, like, pull the hatch closed?
It may, but it's not going to lock. The lock is basically shattered from the crowbar.
Okay. I mean, if that's the best option, I'll try and, like, knot it to I guess, to the ring of the hatch on one side and just, like, dangle
Okay.
that down.
Sure.
And I guess I'll use that when I'm going down to try and not, like, land my entire Minotaur ass on it.
Okay. And Crix, you're just hopping down.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to be careful, not put a lot of weight in the spot.
Okay. So you hop down again with Crix. It does creak a bit, doesn't give way too much. Tacitus, the second you sort of let your weight rest on it, it gives a groan, but it holds.
And then I'm just gonna float right above it.
Okay.
And then point to the room over on the side and say, "That's where the ghost is." And I'm gonna
I'll
like,
stay right here.
I'm gonna float over there.
Okay.
Nobody wants to talk to it?
I'll talk to it. I'm
I don't
not
know if
afraid of
it's good for the
ghosts.
building for me to move.
Understandable. I'm gonna open that door if I can.
Okay. Yep. The door pushes open, almost falls off the remaining hinge that it's sort of resting on, but it still holds. You see the old lady just rocking back and forth, staring into a corner of the room. Doesn't seem to notice you.
Um, uh, I'm gonna look over and just be like, "Excuse me, pardon me."
Doesn't respond.
Hmm. I'm gonna float over towards her.
Okay. Still rocking back and forth.
Hello.
For a moment, her gaze sort of changes. She blinks, looks around, finally looks past you a couple times before her eyes rest on you. She says, "Oh, Samuel, you're home from work early."
I look over to Crix and I'm just like, "Guess I'm Samuel now." Yes.
Just gives a nod and a thumbs up.
I take a moment to try and identify whether Samuel was her husband or her son or grandson. I
Uh,
just look over and say, Yes, yes, I am home."
oh, how was your day? Did you get the bill passed?
Uh, not yet.
I'm sure they'll come around. Would you like something to eat?
I'm okay, but my memory's feeling a little foggy today. Could you remind me what city this is?
She looks for a moment. She looks scared. She looks away from you, back into the same corner. She says,
Uh,
"Oh, I can't quite remember. Can you
I
tell me?"
see. I I'm in the same boat. Seems like a strange day today.
Her gaze breaks, and she sits back in the chair, starts rocking, staring into the corner again, just rocking back and forth.
I look back at Crix and Tacitus and just sort of shrug and say, I don't know.
I'll shrug back.
Uh, Crix Crix is gonna take the time to kind of look around the room.
Okay. There appears to be almost nothing of note in the room itself. The chair that she's sort of rocking back and forth, and you do note that the physical chair is rocking with her movements. Um, Seems old, decayed. The rest of the room has some sundries in it. So maybe what used to be a vanity or a dresser that is damaged and cracked and leaned off to one side. There looks to be bits of what used to be a large standing mirror that's on its side, cracked and damaged as well. Otherwise, there's not much left in this room. There is that window that you spotted from up top. Uh,
There's water outside it, I assume.
yes, it does appear to be completely underwater. The water is sealed, not coming in, but you do see it sort of trickling in around the corners.
Right. Okay, so
Yeah.
go ahead.
I was gonna say, Crix is gonna go over to Garrus and just see if he can kind of get her attention.
You're gonna approach the old lady.
Yeah, I want to see if she's going to mistake me for Samuel as well.
Okay.
Oh, and seeing this backs off.
Okay. How do you approach her?
I'm just gonna walk up casually and say hi to her.
Okay. She again blinks a couple times, looks about, notices you. She says, "Oh, Samuel, it's been years. It's been years. Where have you been?"
Oh, trying to do things, pass bills and such.
But why did you not come home?
Uh, People keep me quite busy and whatnot, and with everything that goes on. Uh, what's today's date by chance?
She blinks a couple times and looks to the floor. Uh, it's and then drifts off again, staring into the corner, rocking
Yeah.
back and forth.
She's not
I
very
was
helpful,
hoping
is
to
she?
get like an age. How long maybe she's been here?
Seems like if we ask her anything of importance, she'll stop talking. Okay, so I'm gonna make my way back out of this room and just looking around, I'll be like, so we're in a city that is currently drowned. We have no information about where it is, and everything besides this rooftop is drowned. So we can't really leave. Quite the situation we're in.
Does this look like is this the top floor of the building, or is there more below us?
This is the top floor. Yes,
There's a staircase as well.
there's
That's
a
drowned.
staircase that goes down below. Yep.
Okay. I guess I'm gonna walk over to the staircase.
Okay. You do see the water level just about reaching your floor. There's a bit of space between it and the ceiling below.
I'm going to slowly dip my hoof into the water
Okay.
to see if anything weird starts to happen or if I feel anything weird.
The water is strangely warm. Not cold, not hot, just lukewarm. Um, Nothing immediately happens after you place your hoof below the surface.
Okay. I guess I'll I want to walk far enough so I can like stick my head underneath the water and like open my eyes and see what's down there.
Okay. So sticking your head below, looking down, it looks to be a larger room. You see a small hallway that leads off on the far side of the room. There's another staircase on the opposite side as well that goes further down. Um, there's not much in here aside from some ruined chairs, maybe what appeared to be a dining room table of some kind.
Okay. I guess I'll like pop my head back up and say, uh, not much down here. Just more building.
Mm.
Water's kind of warm though.
It looked like if there was anything worth swimming down for.
Not particularly.
I see. I'm gonna fly back up out of the hatch,
Okay.
and
Gideon's
I'm gonna
there,
look.
sort of pacing around, looking below.
I'm gonna look to Gideon and say, "Have you ever heard of a place like this before, Gideon?"
He looks to you, says, "I've not, but considering where we came from, I assume we are still somewhere within the realms of the underworld."
Hmm. Seems possible. However, the sky seems normal, and Tacitus was able to locate north, which makes me think we're back in where we were.
It is possible, but I don't know any place like this in the world we came from.
Looking towards the shipwrecks,
Okay.
is there a path of rooftops we can access to get there?
You'd have to swim basically to reach a couple of these other rooftops, but there are numerous rooftops between you and there. Um, some of them are high enough above the water that you would have to swim to and then climb your way to the top, though.
So not an easy trip.
No, not at all. Looking about, some of these buildings are much taller than the building that you're atop currently. Some of them have an additional 5 or 6 stories above the water.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I think investigating those shipwrecks would be handy. However, I don't know how we can all get over there. Unless you're all up to swim a little bit.
Gideon looks about as I just don't see what choice we have.
Yeah, there's not many choices at the moment. I don't I didn't spot any like rafts or anything
No,
visible.
no, nothing like that. I mean, you might try to construct something like that, but there's nothing in the area.
Yeah, that would take too long.
I might be able to do something that would help.
Crix, unless you're gonna tell me you can transform into a whale, I don't know what options we have.
Not quite. Though I would hope that the water here is not dangerous.
Well, it seemed like Tacitus was able to touch some of the water. I don't know if it's the same water, but that water seemed fine.
I'm not worried about the waters per se. I'm worried about the things in the waters.
Well, they're at the bottom. They'd have to somehow rise up. How many feet? 80 feet, you said?
Yeah, roughly from what you can see.
To get to us. So,
Is there anything not, I guess, bigger than a coin that could fit through the hatch, like, I don't know, a small like desk table or something like that in the room that I'm in?
Not really desk table. There's some chairs, things like that. There's a couple of ruined desks in the two rooms, but not small enough to fit through that hatch.
But I guess like hoist up a chair and yell like grab this.
Sure. Yeah. Gideon walks over and grabs the chair and pulls it up to the top.
Okay. I'm gonna climb back up the rope and then like just toss the chair like as far as I can into the water to see if like anything reacts to it.
Okay. It gives quite a splash. You watch as it slowly sinks to the bottom. Lands in front of a couple of those essences moving through the water, and one of them passes right through it. Doesn't seem to acknowledge it.
Maybe they
I'll
are
give a
just like the
shrug and
old
say,
ones.
seems safe to me.
If we want to be really sure, I can go down there and just test the waters a little bit. I can always fly out if it gets dangerous. And I'm just gonna like walk off the rooftop
Okay.
and just like glide down
Into
and
the
just
water.
like sit at the surface of the water. I
Okay.
like half my body in it.
Submerging yourself again, you feel it's just warm. Um, Perfectly fine temperature for the water, not cold, not hot. It just seems normal. Nothing seems to respond to you. Nothing below reacts.
I look up and say, "Seems fine to me."
Okay. Well, I'm willing to give things a try. So why don't I go in the water, swim for a few? If nothing bothers me, then we can go across. I think I can get us
Um,
across without an issue.
okay, I'm gonna go into the sky and try and see if there's a suitable route that'll get us to the shipwrecks in the with the least amount of swimming.
You'd basically be going from rooftop to rooftop. There's only a couple buildings that have rooftops at this level, at the water level, sort of where yours is at. Um,
Mhm.
it would you'd still be swimming most of the way if you didn't sort of go through or over some of the buildings that are in your way.
Okay, cool. I look at Crix and say, "Well, whatever you're gonna do, say give it a shot."
Alright. Let's see if we can make this work.
I'm gonna go over to the water. I'm gonna get close to it, and then I'm going to use wild shape, and I'm going to transform into a giant snapping turtle.
Okay. Let me pull up the stat block. Just
How giant are we talking?
It's a large beast,
they're pretty big. Yeah.
so it's
Interesting.
it's big.
That's convenient.
Okay. And dark vision 60 feet. Okay. Yeah. So you hop off and you transform on your way down into the water. Okay. Yeah. You guys watch as Crick steps off. Transforms himself into this large turtle. Crashes into the water below. You sink a bit of a ways down, 10, 15 feet as you transform. Below the water, it's eerily quiet. It's very still. Being a druid and sort of understanding the nature of oceans and lakes and things like that. There's always some sort of current or movement. This is almost eerily still.
Okay. I'm gonna look about a little bit. Um, Anything that we didn't notice before from the top. Now that I'm in the water.
Roll investigation.
Investigation.
I'm listening to like some rather eerie fantasy music right now.
17.
It's fitting just right.
Perfect. So with 17, looking about, you get a better view of some of these creatures. They do appear to be Mostly spectral humanoids. Not all human. There's some different races that you recognize as well. But they appear aimless, wandering about the streets below. Some of them pass into buildings, pass out of the buildings. The streets below are littered with wreckage of various things, um, pieces of buildings and rubble and so forth, of what used to be,
including a chair.
including one chair. Aside from that, some of the windows are still intact for some of the buildings around you. Others are smashed in, but nothing else of particular note. The city
Yeah.
itself looks, the architecture of it doesn't really match anything that you've seen or known in Theros.
Can I make a Arcana check and say the backgrounds of how I know that the fact that this is the underworld, if there are tales or such that would fit into this?
Sure.
A 13.
So you recall something in the tales of the various levels of the underworld that somewhat resembles what you're seeing. You can't really
Can't
bring it to the
pinpoint it.
forefront of your mind, though.
Fair. Uh, I'll float up to the surface and then kind of move towards the building top that we came off of.
Okay.
And just kind of sit there and kind of look towards the group like, okay.
Gideon looks at you guys. Does he mean for us to get on his back?
Seems to be the case. And then I'm gonna just like jump down.
How
Okay.
big is the giant turtle?
Big enough for all of you to fit on the back. It is a large sized creature. Um, let's see if I can get an exact size for you. They're like 10 by 10 basically ish.
Okay. Um, I think I'll jump in the water and sort of like swim alongside, like with one of my hands on.
Okay. Uh,
Uh,
Gideon sort of latches onto the side of the building and hops down onto the back.
and then I'm just actually I'm gonna look at Crix and Passes and say I'm gonna actually get an aerial view while I follow along. Take to the sky.
Okay. And which direction are you moving, Crix? Towards the sunken ships or the crashed wreckage ships?
Yeah, I want to make my way towards that.
Okay. So you would veer around a couple buildings and make your way in that direction. You can sort of see them off in the distance, um, without too much obstructing your way. There's a couple buildings you'd have to go around to get there, but you've got a pretty clear route. Um, Elwyn, as you how high do you want to go here?
Um, let's see. I'm gonna go above all of the rooftops, like higher
Okay.
than all the rooftops.
So climbing up, you see what looks to be the tallest tower that rises maybe 12 stories above water level. Seems to have some sort of strange sculpture or architecture at the top of it. Um, Gazing about, you notice on some of the rooftops it's those same ghostly figures moving about. Um, you see a lot of those shipwrecks off on the one side. The city itself is vast, carries on hundreds of feet, maybe several miles in different directions before it reaches the edges of these mountains that rise much higher into the sky.
Let's see. Can I like take a closer look at this structure on top of this tower?
Yep, it's a good distance away. It would take you a little bit to get there. You would.
Is it in our path?
It's not in your path. No, it's off to the west. Um, Take you a bit of time. I separate you from the party for a bit to get there. Take you a few minutes of flight to reach it.
Hmm. Let's see. I'm gonna I'm gonna like look at. I'm gonna go down to the rest of the party and tell them there's a strange tower with a structure on top of it. I think I'm gonna go take a closer look at it.
All right, be careful.
I'm gonna divert back onto your path once I see what it is.
All right.
Okay. So the rest of the
I'm
party
gonna take
continues moving
a
about.
detour.
Okay. So as the rest of the party on Turtleback is traveling through the water, Elwyn flies off. Moving off in that direction again, you see multiple buildings with various groups and numbers of these ghostly specters moving about. It takes you a few minutes to reach the structure, but you do reach the structure. Again, it's the tallest tower within this city that you can see. Getting close to it, it seems to have a little bit of a lean to it. You notice it's not 100% uh, maintaining its structure. It seems like it's been slowly leaning. No telling what state it's in or when it's going to collapse, but it looks like inevitably it's on its way down.
Right.
At the top, what looks to be a large hollow globe, golden with bits of silver mixed into it, uh, and it's sort of a swirl pattern with a hollow center. It's the only thing resting on top of this roof.
Do I recognize it at all?
Roll history.
History +2, 19.
Thinking back as well as you can to anything that you'd have accounted in, pretty decent knowledge of world history doesn't seem to match anything that has existed ever or exists currently.
Do I see any writing anywhere?
You want to fly up and get close to it?
Yeah, I'm gonna like keep some distance from it, but just like close enough so that I would be able to see smaller details, and then just like give it a good go around.
Okay. Roll investigation.
22.
There are etchings throughout the entire structure of this sculpture. Uh, doesn't seem to be any form of writing or anything that you recognize.
Etchings. Uh, does it look like a writing system?
It could be. It's hard to say. It could just be a part of the design, but it looks to your best guess to be some sort of language.
Okay, I'm gonna like pull out my notepad and just like copy one or two of the symbols into it,
Okay.
put it away. Um, I guess there's probably nothing else I can spot here.
Yeah, nothing else on the rooftop, but it appears to just be this lone sculpture.
Are there windows on the tower?
Yeah, there's windows going all up and down the tower.
Can I look into one of them?
Yep. So passing down the nearest window on the uppermost level, you see inside what look to be 6 or 7 of these spirits moving about the room. It's completely dry, uh, decayed. It looked like maybe it was some sort of organization space. There's a large table in the center with many chairs scattered about it. There looks to be what were paintings or the like hanging on the walls that have since fallen and are unintelligible at this point. There's also one very large desk on the opposite end of the room, facing away from this large sort of conference-like table.
Kind of organization. Um, I'm gonna go one floor below it and see if it's a similar layout.
Okay. Moving one floor below, it's again sort of the same thing. This one seems to be a hallway. The window is looking into a hallway with access to various rooms. You see these specters moving in and out of these rooms and up and down this hallway. They don't interact with each other, notably. They just sort of move about.
I run to the bathroom. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
Um, let's see. going back up to the floor like the floor just above.
Mhm.
Does it look like a window that can be opened to
You
the
could try.
outside?
It's sealed with sort of similar to the other windows that you've seen, but you can try to open it.
I'm gonna just give it a shot.
Okay, so window's like a slide up window. Reaching down and starting to, trying to push up on it. It seems to be locked from the inside.
Okay. You said the globe on the top was hollow.
Yes.
Is there anything inside it?
No. Just empty space.
Okay. Okay. Well, doesn't look like there's anything else to do here, so I'm gonna fly back.
Okay.
To try and intercept the rest of the group.
Okay. Yeah, so you fly off in the direction that they were heading and try and spot them to intercept. The rest of the party, with Crix and Gideon and Tacitus, as you're moving about, um, I'd say Crix, roll perception for me.
Second.
Hmm?
This is really the perfect
Perception?
soundtrack for this.
Yes, perception.
14.
Okay. You do, through the depth of the water, hear something that would sound like a child shouting.
I'm gonna turn my head and look in that direction.
So looking down, you see what looks to be a robed man dragging a child. Again, there are more of these spectered spirits, but the child is notably uh, upset and screaming and trying to get away from the grip of this spectral man. And there's a group of specters following along as well.
Do the specters are following the man? Do they look like they're watching, helping, kind of
Just
angry?
aimlessly following along with. The only one that seems animated in any form, aside, from just mindless moving, is the child.
Uh, I still have the group on my back, right?
Yes.
I I'm gonna kind of like semi stop in the water, and I'm gonna turn my head towards the group, and then kind of like look down in the direction where I'm seeing this child move, and kind
Okay.
of do it like twice to try to get the group's attention to like look that way.
Okay. Yeah. Gideon looks over. Um, notice what you're looking at. So what in the name of? It starts to lean a little further to try and get a better look. Um, so I can't really make out what's going on down there. Elwin, you're arriving with the party about this time.
Um, I see Gideon and Crix both looking down. As I sort of descend near them, I'm like, "What are we looking at?"
Gideon motions to the scene below the water, and you see again these somber spirits and specters dragging this child who's struggling for his life. It would seem to get out of this man's grip, who's sort of just dragging him through the streets.
Are they wearing any particular outfit?
They're wearing robes and sandals, very Roman Senate in nature.
Different from the other random civilians I've seen?
Uh, Similar, um, maybe a little more cordial, a little more official.
And are they headed towards that tower that I just came from?
No, they're heading off to the east in the opposite direction of that tower.
Did I see anything in that direction?
Nothing
Any
of
buildings of note or anything?
nothing of note that would have been above the water now.
Um, I look at Gideon and I say, "Seems like some sort of strange incident." But I don't think any of these things are alive anyway, so it's nothing we should concern ourselves with.
He looks unsure. Can we be sure? It appears to be a child.
Yeah, but everything that I've seen so far, it seems like the city is dead, but these specters are the remnants of it.
He looks on. He's
I
like,
don't
I
know.
suppose it's still hard to
Don't,
watch.
don't know what we could do for this child. The way that these specters seem to be, they pass through all objects.
Hmm.
Do you
I don't know if I can swim 80 feet down.
do you continue moving or you ignore this?
Is there a nearby building top or something out of the water?
Yeah, there's several rooftops nearby. If you'd like to.
I'm gonna go to like the nearest one.
Okay. The nearest one is it's about 2 stories above the water, like roughly 30 feet. You'd have to climb to reach the top.
What
Is
is swim speed like
It's
in D&D?
it's 30 feet unless you've got bonuses of some kind.
it's I believe it's half movement.
While climbing or swimming, each foot of movement costs 1 extra foot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's half movement. Unless you're proficient in doing it. I'm gonna just go to, like I said, the closest building, but like if there's like an area that they can kind of get off, I'm going to go by it. And again, I'm kind of gonna do the head motion to kind of like hint at it because I can't talk.
Okay. You said you wanted to go for that rooftop or look for another one? I'm sorry.
Just one that looks like they could get off on that's close by.
Okay. It's a bit of a ways off. It's probably like 100 feet off. And it's sort of to the northeast. You can spot more of a closer to water level rooftop.
Okay.
I look to Crix and Gideon and Tacitus and say, I could fire off a blast of Eldritch energy at them and see if something happens.
Crix will nod his head, yeah.
Just be ready for anything, I suppose.
I'll nod.
So
Um,
you want to move off in that direction towards that group that's dragging the child and fire something off at them, or just a random spirit nearby?
so looking at the group with the child, I believe you said there's one man who was dragging the child,
Yes,
and then there was a crowd following behind him.
following behind. Yes.
Uh, I assume that crowd looks like they're complicit and
Uh,
not just like watching.
they're not trying to stop it. They're just moving along behind.
Do they have that same sort of like official look to them?
Not all of them. Some of them do. You notice towards the front, some of them have the more official looking garb. The rest of them seem more in a civilian normal garb.
All right, I'm gonna fire at one of the people sort of at the front of that group. Just send off an Eldritch Blast at them.
Okay, so you guys, you want to get within range of that?
Well, I'm flying, so I'll just fly over there.
Okay, you're gonna fly over. Okay.
Do that from the sky.
Okay, and are you just gonna hold position, Crix, or do you want to keep moving for that rooftop?
I'm gonna hold off if he's gonna do this.
Okay. So y'all hold position. Elwin flies over, fires the. You're firing. What are you firing?
Eldritch Blast.
Okay. So it passes through the target that you aimed for. Sort of distorts things around it, but doesn't seem to draw any sort of reaction.
Okay, so it didn't even notice that I fired at it, and it went right through it. That does not bode well for us. Seems like they're not even stopping for a moment. What do you want to do? Crix, Tacitus, Gideon? I don't know if there is anything we can do for this child.
Like it didn't.
It didn't bother it. You
It-
can't even interact with it.
I mean, my only idea is if we try and grab the child itself, but I don't Can I grab a ghost?
You
An
can try.
excellent question. Is there any specters on a rooftop nearby me?
Not nearby. If you get a little bit of elevation, you can see some in the distance. They're on the more
Uh,
taller rooftops. You'd have to sort of maybe climb to reach them or fly up there and land and interact with them.
how
Okay.
far of a fly was it?
If you.
Okay. The closest one that you can spot is roughly 90 feet away.
I'll just groan and say it's the best lead we have, and I'm just gonna dive into the water, I guess.
Okay.
Or I guess like swim. I'm gonna push off of uh God, I cannot remember names. Cricks.
Turtle cricks. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna push off of cricks, swim like above the water until like I'm like roughly above where they're at, and then dive down.
Okay. So the closer you get, you notice the child seems to notice you, and so it seems like a young boy. His eyes are pleading, uh, and he's shouting. You can't make out what he's shouting, but he seems to have noticed you.
Am I still within like earshot of the rest of the group?
No, you're underwater at this point.
Okay, I'm just gonna swim towards him. My move speed is
see.
40, by the way.
What's your total constitution?
My total constitution is 17.
Okay. So you can breathe underwater for 18 minutes.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
D&D's got some interesting rules, but it's unless I'm wrong, it's 1 minute for each point of constitution you've got.
Oh,
Hang on.
okay.
I can also hold my breath for 18 minutes.
Um. So yeah, you swim down.
I think I'm a bit faster than usual, also because my base move speed is 40 feet.
Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm wrong about the breathing thing. It's actually your modifier only. So 1 minute per each of the plus you have for your modifier.
Oh, well, I mean that's still 3 minutes.
3 minutes for you. Okay. Yeah. So
I mean that's much more believable.
yeah. So yeah. So you travel through. What did you say you wanted to do? You wanted to.
I'm just gonna like try and like I guess like swim as fast as I can and sort of like a swoop down, grab him by the arm, and like swim back to the surface.
So reaching to grab the child, your hand passes right through him.
Okay.
As I thought.
But you can up close to him. You can hear him just screaming, "Help me, please! Please don't let them take me, please!"
In a language you recognize?
Yeah, it is basic. Just common speak.
Huh.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna swim back to the surface.
The child is
And
screaming for you as you sort of you hear the screams dissipate as you get further away.
I guess like as soon as I can get like within close enough that they can hear me like shout.
Okay, so you just
I
resurface
guess.
and get as close as you can to shout at them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just yell he can see me, and I don't think he's like the others.
Were you able to interact?
I can't talk underwater, but he asked me to help him, and I could understand him.
Hmm. What do we do? We can't touch him.
Yeah,
Makes it-
I tried to grab him, but
Makes it very difficult to
my
have.
hands just passed straight through.
Anybody have any sort of ghost busting magic? Because I certainly don't.
I need to look at my spells. 1 second.
I did not prepare myself to tackle ghosts. I just realized I have speak with animals. I wonder if I could speak with Crix in his animal form.
Yeah, I believe so. Let me double check the rules on
Nice.
that, but I believe you can.
The ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts for the duration.
Yeah, if you speak with animals, you can communicate with wild shape forms.
Nice.
Okay. The the Eldritch Blast when Elwyn used it, did it like it just went straight through?
Yeah, it just went straight through. It seemed to distort the features of the specter means, but it didn't seem to draw any notice from that particular specter.
Can I do an Arcana check on the Spectre? I just want to understand if they are being reanimated through some sort of magic.
Yeah, roll Arcana.
Oh, nat 20.
It doesn't seem to be any sort of reanimation or necromantic magic of any kind. They don't seem to be what you understand to be raised spirits.
Not something I could dispel. Because I do have dispel magic, but it doesn't seem like this is a magical effect. Or does it?
Not that you can tell. Doesn't resemble any magic that you recognize.
Okay. Um,
If I use Divine Sense, do I detect any? I'll just use Divine Sense, and I guess do I detect anything from where I'm at?
Let me double check. You do not recognize a particular sense of evil nearby, um, but you do perceive death on a level.
Death.
Yes,
Okay.
not undead, just the
The concept of death. Okay.
yes.
I don't think I have anything.
yeah, there's I don't see much that I could do myself either in this situation. We might just have to leave this child to his fate, unfortunately.
I'm just gonna try because I have some spell slots. So why not? Um I'm gonna try guiding bolt on on the one holding the child.
Okay.
Uh
You swim back over and just get within range to use guiding bolt.
yeah, it's 120 feet is my range.
Yep. So yeah, you dive back under. You cast the bolts. It again passes straight through the specter that's dragging the child, but he does stop and turn about, uh, almost searching for something, and then seems to shrug it off and continues moving.
Interesting.
The one dragging the child?
Yes, that's the one you hit, correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
He turned towards me or just turned around?
Looking about. So for a moment, his gaze did pass over and around you, but he didn't seem to make note of you at all. But upon the impact of that spell passing through him, he did make some sort of reaction. He was looking about as if something had happened, and he was looking for what.
I'm gonna fire an Eldritch Blast at that same person.
Okay. So you want to move
Just
up alongside Tacitus.
well, I can hit him from 600 feet away, so
Okay. So you want to stay at your range then.
yeah.
Okay. Yep. Firing through. Again, it passes through. It stops for another moment. This time for longer. Looks up. Looks around. The individuals behind also stop. This parade of spirits stops with him. Doesn't release his grip on the child, who's still just struggling and doing his best to get away, but he can't get out of this man's grip. Uh, again seems to not notice anything and continues moving forward. Tacitus, off in the distance, you recognize what looks to be a completely submerged temple of sorts. It's a little similar to the rest of the architecture in this city, but it stands out. Definitely has a little more of religious implication, and it has several large pillars that rise up to its rooftop, and a big open space of staircases that rise up into the entryway of this building. They seem to be making their way towards it.
I'm gonna swim back over and tell the group that the ghosts seem to be headed that way, towards that temple over there.
Seems
Yeah,
like the kid
I
is
don't
probably
know.
getting sacrificed for something.
It seemed like they responded to. I don't know. It was almost like we distracted them. Maybe there's a chance for us to. I don't know if we're like able to actually harm them, but maybe we can somehow uh do something when they get to the temple. I'm out of ideas. All I know is that kid is like the only thing outside of the four of us that has said anything to us since we've gotten here.
Aside from that old lady, that was another interaction.
Yeah,
True.
there was the old lady. So I guess this leaves us with two options. We go back towards that temple and try and think of something we can do to stop them from dragging this kid in there, or we continue on our way to the shipwrecks. Those are, I guess, the things we can do. Not that I can think of any way to save this kid, considering we can't even touch him, but we did distract the other specters, so
At least the one.
they,
The one that dragging him seems to get distracted.
yeah, so he's not completely out of our realm, but he is 99% out of our realm. Personally, I think we should just continue on to this shipwrecks and see if we can figure out where the heck we are. But if we want to go explore this temple underwater, we can certainly try that as well.
Gideon looks about us. I'm uncomfortable leaving the child, but not knowing exactly what it is or if we can do anything. I'm unsure.
Well, perhaps the temple might give us a hint at least to where we are, if we can identify what gods are being worshipped here. But again, I wouldn't get our hopes up on saving this kid.
You're
Tacitus
right.
and Crix, what do you think?
You're right. I don't. The way it screamed at me, I don't know. I'm not one that particularly likes kids, but I don't know if there's any harm in seeing the temple at least.
All right, well, guess we've got time to kill, so let's go to this temple.
Okay. Crix as well. Are you back, Varn?
I mean, what you want me to do? Like, I can't talk.
Well, Elwyn cast Speak with Animals, I believe, right?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Crix.
Oh, great.
I can hear you loud and clear, my friend.
Yes, yes. Problem is it's underwater. None of you can really breathe underwater. With
You
the
can stick
exception.
your head out of the water. You're a turtle.
Yes.
I can hold my breath for a little bit.
Well, then you
Um,
can't speak. It's not a telepathic communication. You'd have to be able to speak to each other. But he can as a snapping turtle reach his head up above the water to communicate.
the question would be is if we can't physically do anything to them, it's kind of useless. However, they do seem to be distracted by our presence in a way. Um, maybe we can somehow get to let go of the child.
Perhaps. Personally, I think the child is beyond our ability to save. However, I at
If
least want to see what they're trying to accomplish here.
Here's a random thoughts. Uh, you shot the beam at it, and it disrupted kind of the imagery. Could you do that at, say, where he's holding the kid? Would that disrupt it enough that that child could get away? Because it would kind of create a disconnect.
I could certainly try. They don't call me a spell sniper for nothing.
This child's gonna lose a hand.
I'm gonna get. I'm gonna try and get closer for this one, just so to make sure that my aim is precise.
Okay. How close do you want
And
to
I'm
get?
gonna. I'm gonna like get in the water, which brings me, I guess, within 80 feet.
Okay. That's sort of
And
above them.
yeah, and I'm gonna carefully aim for this man's arm that is holding the child
Okay.
and shoot off a beam.
All right, roll a spell attack for this one. I'm going for precision.
Oh, yes. Oh, it's an nat 20.
Okay. So yeah, just eagle-eyed, you're able to zero in on the specter, the arm of the specter, cast your spell through, makes contact. Again, it sort of distorts the image of the specter, and you do see it almost physically recoil this time. It does not release its hold on the child who's still struggling, but it does look up and for a moment make contact with you, eye contact directly. Its face looks not not as much angry as solemn. You see a lot of sadness in this man's face. Stops for just a few moments and stares up at you, then looks back in the direction of that temple and begins again dragging this child in that manner, with that sort of procession of spirits following behind.
I like to fix and say, well, I gave it a shot, but it doesn't look like it wants to stop for anything.
It did hesitate, which is interesting.
It
Um,
did,
I might be able to do something sneaky, but I need to go underwater for it.
by all means. I would at least like to know what they're trying to do with this child. Is this some sort of sacrificial ceremony? What are they trying to accomplish here? That's what I want to figure out.
I don't know, but if we can't get him to release the grip that he has on the kid, but again, we can't really interact. So
Yeah. I would at least like to, if we can't get him to release the grip, I'd like to at least follow, see what happens.
we could do that.
Did you want to
Whatever
try?
you're going to try.
Yeah. Did you want to try something, Crix?
Yeah, kinda. Uh, I'm gonna lower myself in the water just slowly enough that like whoever's on my back will probably get the idea.
Okay.
To
Yep.
float on the
Yep,
water
yep.
to swim a little bit.
Gideon wades and holds himself above the water.
Treads water.
Yep.
I once they're off of my back and I know that they're loaded in there. I'm gonna quickly swim the fuck down to like where these ghosts are.
Okay. You see the
Uh,
same scene. This child is struggling. It does seem to notice you as well, making eye contact and screaming for your help. Uh, the spirits behind aren't making eye contact with him. They're not making eye contact with you. Their eyes are forward, and they're just slowly trudging behind the man who's dragging this kid.
I'm going to, since physical contact kind of made a thing, I'm going to swim up to the one that is holding the kid.
Okay.
And I'm going to lightly snap at him
Okay.
to see if I can get his attention.
Yep. So you snap straight clean through him. You get a strange, almost surge of energy about you when you do. Doesn't cause any damage, doesn't hurt at all, but it's a bit of a strange feeling. Um, the man does look at you, acknowledges you, sort of tilts his head, but doesn't stop moving.
I'm gonna snap a couple of times close to him to see if I can just kind of keep his attention on me to see if I get any slightly different reaction.
He maintains eye contact with you, continues moving forward, but he does, acknowledge you and is basically staring you down as he continues forward.
There's no hesitation or anything
No
that I kind of
hesitation,
notice.
doesn't blink. It's a very determined yet sad look on his face.
I don't know. I'll take a snap like where his hand is, and I'll actually try like bite at the like wrist area and whatnot.
Okay. Yeah, the same thing. You get that odd surge of energy as you snap through it, but the arm distorts out for a moment before the energy of the specter sort of swirls back and takes its form again. You continue moving towards that temple.
I guess while all this is happening, I think I'm gonna keep swimming toward the temple since it seemed like all of us were going to
Okay.
move in that direction for now, anyways.
Gideon follows
Yeah,
with.
I'm flying above them as I follow.
Okay.
Is the top of the temple like
It's
above?
submerged. It's about 20. The very top of the temple is about 20 feet below the water surface.
I guess if I look at like the outside, like features of the temple, does any of it look familiar to me?
Doesn't. I mean, it looks similar to some of the architecture you would have seen in Theros.
I guess if
Again,
looking for like specifically like what looks like a crest or something, right? Like a specific symbol on the outside of it, right?
yeah,
Like
nothing
something at
identifying.
the forefront. Nothing at the okay.
We'd have to go in, I assume.
I'm gonna give you an image in the tabletop chat of basically what you are approaching.
It's just okay. Is it like that decayed?
Yes. Yeah, everything about is pretty well decayed. All of these buildings are showing years of
Can
decay.
I do an investigation check to try and get a rough sense of possibly how long it might have had to be underwater for it to get to this state?
Yeah, roll nature.
Let me check. Okay. Mm, 19?
Hundreds of years,
Okay, so it's been like this for a
if
very long
if
time.
not longer. Yeah.
Good to know. Are we above the temple now in the water?
If you want to move ahead of the group, that's dragging the child. You can definitely pass your way and head towards that temple.
I would like to do so, and I'm going to look to Tacitus and Gideon and say, I'm going to try and swim down and investigate the inside of the temple briefly before that procession arrives there.
I'm gonna before Elwin goes, I'm gonna cast actually no, that doesn't help that. Damn. I'll come with. I'll go with you.
Okay. Can only stay there for a limited amount of time, but I want to see what's in there before things start happening.
Crix, are you gonna stay with the procession, or are you gonna move with the rest of the party?
Man, I'm not able to really do anything at the moment.
In turtle form, I mean, you wouldn't be able to get into the temple.
There was
It's not
strict
big
no
enough.
turtles allowed.
It's it's the one sign sitting outside. No, you're just too
I
big.
don't know. I'm curiosity's sake, and just for interest, I'm gonna strictly be in the way of the ghost. Like, if they're walking on a straight path, I'm going to put myself in their path and I'm gonna stop there and just see if they go through me or not.
Okay. So the man in the front that's dragging the child still notes you. Goes to move around you.
I move in the way.
He turns in the opposite direction, begins to walk around you in the other direction.
I keep moving his way.
Just gonna
The
pester him.
the procession of spirits stops, and now they all seem to have their attention on you as this man still continues dragging the child, turns around, goes in the opposite direction, try and go around you again.
Nope. Gonna keep moving in the way.
The spirits, that procession, that parade of spirits, um, they open their mouths, all of them at once, and bubbles start to emit and rise up to the surface of the water. The man moves off to the other side to try and go around you again.
Nope.
Block him off.
Yes, I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna be disruptive.
Make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh boy, don't die up there.
I've tried not to. 16.
You get a piercing feeling in your skull, and the rest of the party up ahead, you feel almost a wave of sonic energy pass through you.
Oh, that's good.
Crix, it throws you backwards a good distance in the water. You're able to avoid colliding with any structures. Just pushes you further down that submerged street, basically.
Uh,
Man continues forward in the space left by your absence there.
I'm gonna do
The
an Arcana to have a better understanding of what the fuck just happened.
Okay, roll it.
Arcana. Wow. Okay. Cool. That one
Oh boy.
7.
Yeah, you are still shocked from whatever blast you took, and your brain is kind of scrambled. You can't make heads or tails of what's going on. The man continues forward with that procession, closing their mouths now. Again, mindlessly looking forward at nothing in particular, and continue moving towards the temple. Do you continue to try and block his way?
Curiosity. Looking at the ground floor, do they seem to be like shuffling any of the dirt, sand, or wherever's under them?
Doesn't seem to be any sand or dirt. There seems to be stone streets. Looking around, you notice a distinct absence of anything like that. There's a bit of rubble, wrecked pieces of windows that are smashed, either bits and remnants of these buildings scattered about. But no sand or dirt or anything that would resemble an ocean floor or a seabed. Also notice the absence of any aquatic creatures of any kind.
I was just curious, like,
Do you continue to sort of try and block this guy, or
yeah, I'm going to continue to be annoying.
okay? So we'll come back to you in a second. Then you move back to block him as he continues forward. The rest of the party, um, you reach the area above the temple. Do you want to travel down towards it?
Yeah, I'll swim down.
I want to go in it. Yeah.
Okay. So moving down towards what looks to be the entryway, you swim between the pillars. The temple on the inside looks illuminated.
Uh huh. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna go inside it.
Okay. So Elwyn, moving inside, you pass through very quickly, almost what appears to be a wall of water, and you're in an empty space. Immediately, you lose your flight, and you splash and splat down face first onto the ground. The room itself is all completely lit up. It looks like brand new on the inside. The walls look very wealthy in nature. Gold and marble and silver of various kinds adorn the walls, go straight up to the ceilings. The ceilings themselves are painted in beautiful mosaics. Uh,
Do I
eh,
see Elwyn splat
yeah,
down?
you watch Elwyn fly through and disappear behind this sort of blurred wall of water, and you see him faceplant basically through that.
Can I breathe in here?
You can breathe in here, yes.
It's like an isolated space.
Now, looking behind you, you see Tacitus floating in the water behind this sort of blurred wall.
I yell out to Tacitus, "There's air in here for some reason."
You
I'm
hear
gonna like.
muffled noises.
I mean, I could see what happened mainly, right? So I'm gonna just like poke a finger at the wall.
Elwyn, you see the Minotaur's finger pass through the wall of water.
Can I stick my hand back out through it to see if I can
Yeah,
pass through?
you reach back out into the water beyond.
Okay, seems decent enough. Did it dispel my magic?
It did dispel the effects of your flight, yes.
Interesting.
I'm gonna, I guess, just swim closer to the bottom, so I'm not taking like a 20-foot drop, and just like, I
Faster?
guess, like, yeah, just like
Flush.
push myself forward, and then like try and land on my feet.
Okay. Just roll dexterity.
Could I do with athletics or acrobatics?
You can do acrobatics.
24.
Right. Yeah, you slide a bit as you hit the ground, but you're able to maintain your footing.
What is
well,
this?
So
this is odd.
looking about, the ceiling itself has mosaics that seem to depict a particular god. A lot of imagery that depicts worship of a particular god. There's not much else in the room, aside from sconces with lit fire that illuminate everything on the inside, and what seems to be some sort of altar towards the back center of the room.
Can I try and recall what? Can I use the mosaic to try and figure out what god this is?
Yeah, roll history.
Okay, that's gonna be 14.
Sort of diving into your knowledge of the gods, it appears to be the Erebos, the god of the dead.
God of the dead. Interesting. That tracks with this place. I look to Tacitus and say, "You know anything about the god of the dead?"
Uh, do I know anything about the God of the Dead? I guess I should roll religion.
Yeah, you can roll religion.
It's not gonna be good. Oh, 18.
Not gonna be good, he says.
I mean, so what you know, obviously he's the Lord of the Underworld. Um, basically the god of anything that ever lived and in turn inevitably died. Uh, God of bitterness, of envy, uh, acceptance of suffering and misfortune, dark things. Um,
So evil.
Not necessarily evil, and Erebos is not exactly seen as an evil god.
Okay.
It's sort of an inevitability. Uh, he sort of exists for those who have passed on, accepting or not, but
Okay.
in a more emotionless way.
Do I know anything of a particular city devoted to the god of the dead?
Not necessarily. Most larger polises, have areas of worship for Erebos. Generally, temples of Erebos are around things like cemeteries.
Okay. Is there any like do I recall anything about sacrificial ceremonies towards Erebos? Is that a thing that is typically done in that worship of him?
Uh, Not in recent times. Long far in the past, sacrificial rituals took place and so forth, and there are still places in the world that conduct that kind of thing. But for the most part, it's not something that's really cared for anymore in present time.
Well, considering this place is hundreds of years old, there's a chance that this is just a sacrificial ceremony that's about to occur.
As far
It being
as
the god.
child sacrifice is a little more extreme,
I see.
even in old times.
Well, I don't think there's much we can do here. I'm gonna look around and see if there's like any other rooms or anything.
Nothing else. No rooms, no doors, aside from that
Wait,
main entryway.
Tacitus is going to like. There's gonna be like a light bulb that like fizzles above his head. Uh, what happens when they come in here?
That's a good question. I assume there's still gonna be specters, but who knows? We could lie in wait.
Should we get Crix and Gideon?
Couldn't hurt.
I'll go get Gideon then. Uh, you get Crix.
Crix will have to undo his transformation, but
Well, didn't something happen to your flying?
it did. But also, I could
He's
fit through those pillars.
yeah, as a large snapping turtle, he wouldn't be able to pass through the
Oh, I see what you mean.
pillars at the entry. Yeah.
We could have Crix be our getaway vehicle.
Getaway turtle.
Maintain the transformation just outside.
Well,
We
back.
could at least tell him what
Yeah.
this is.
I'm gonna.
I'll go get Gideon.
How far is Crix? Do I see him?
You'd have to pass back out into the water.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Still about 200 feet away. Slowly moving forward. It seems like he is attempting to stall or stop or even slow the procession moving towards the temple.
I'm gonna swim past and go to where like I last knew Gideon to be.
Okay. Yep. Gideon is sort of waiting above the water. He's latched himself to the side of one of the structures, one of the taller structures, and he seems to be staring down at Crix.
Before
Um,
I go get Crix, I'm gonna try and do something really quickly.
okay.
I'm gonna run back in, or swim back in,
Okay.
or whatever the case is, and I'm gonna rush up to the altar, and I want to examine the altar.
Okay. It seems to be a stone raised platform. There are several lit candles, black candles placed around the edges. These candles are very much physical. They're not, ethereal or spectral like the other spirits that you've seen moving about. Everything in this room does seem to be physical and in things that you can touch and interact with. The altar itself is sort of like the walls and the ceiling as well, adorned in a very beautiful like gold and marble type combination of material. Very smooth, very polished.
Looking at the ground around the altar, does it look like it's ever moved?
No, it looks like it was built into with along with this temple somehow. It doesn't look like it's resting on or above. It looks like a part of it.
So I can suspect there's no hidden passage under this altar.
Not that you can tell.
Okay, and then I'm gonna go back out and swim towards Crix.
Okay. So Crix, you're still sort of moving back and forth. They haven't seemed to attempt to attack or harm you again in any way, but you've gone and sort of blocked this man's way 2 or 3 or 4 times, and he continues to just try and move around you.
At seeing that they're trying to go around me and stuff, I'm actually going to take the moment to kind of go through them
and in a way, I kind of want to like splash my, I guess they're not really flippers, but my stubby turtle legs. I'm trying to create as much discord with the water and like their imagery and stuff to see how they react to that.
Okay. As you're doing that, they do sort of almost in a shimmer flash in and out of existence for a time. Uh, Whereas, like when you attack and launch spells or physically try and snap at them, they would more distort but not completely vanish. They seem to shimmer out of existence just for split seconds at a time, as the water moves about with your actions. But they do inevitably, come back and continue their motion forward.
The same thing for the one that's holding the kid.
Yeah, same thing for the one that's holding the kid.
But still holding on to the kid, regardless of him.
Yeah, yeah, still has that grip maintained on the child's arm.
In turtle, I just say "fuck you."
Looks to you, almost as if he recognized there was some sort of thought or something that was directed at him. Continues moving forward. At this time, Elwyn reaches you.
Tap on his uh
Shell.
back. Yes, that's the word I'm looking for. We tap on his shell. And if Crix looks back at me, I'm gonna point towards
Yeah.
the temple.
Yep.
And nudge my head in that direction, and then I'm gonna start swimming back there.
Looking defeated as the turtle could, will follow you.
Tacitus, as you approach Gideon, he points up at the sky. Says to you, the sky is growing darker. Clouds seem to be gathering above.
That's not good. Well, I don't know what's going to happen down there, but there is somehow uh, uh there's air in that temple down there. Uh it seems like it could be a good place to hole up. Assuming the specters don't kill us. But I don't know. It's my best guess right now.
I don't know what mad place we found ourselves in, but I'll follow along with you.
I guess we both dive back into the water and head back.
Okay. As you all sort of congregate at the temple, Crixie, do you want to maintain position outside? Do you want to change form and try to go inside?
I'll probably take a breath of air as much as I can, sterile, and I'll pop out of the form and go in.
Okay. Everybody else moving inside as well?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, Gideon comes in, almost loses his footing as he attempts to get purchase as he passes through the wall, but he stays stable.
So here we are in this temple belonging to the god of the dead, as several specters approach us to perform some sort of ghostly child sacrifice ceremony. We can't hit them with our attacks. They can somehow attack us back if I take what happened to Crix as a sign. And the sky's getting dark above us. So all in all, the situation seems pretty dire, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, you could say that.
If anyone has any ideas, now's your time. Otherwise, we're just gonna stand here and see what happens when they arrive.
I
I don't see
mean,
much place we can hide either.
well, they don't seem to be bothered by our presence.
No, they'll probably carry on with their ceremony whether we're here or not.
It's not going to be great to watch a child get sacrificed, but
perhaps, perhaps actions are not what's needed. The other spirit that we had interacted with, we were able to communicate verbally. We're able to talk in ears, so perhaps we can interact with them verbally.
We can certainly try. We'll try whatever we can when they get in here.
So do you
At
want
the
to do
very
anything?
least, even if it may be unpleasant, uh, to make an alliance with these people, unless they attack us with no recourse, which it doesn't seem like they will, we can stay here, potentially at least.
This is true.
I don't like the idea of being outside in that on the roof when it turns night out there.
I think that's fair.
Turns night or a storm comes in. Both of those seem about as bad as staying here.
I just hope that storm doesn't carry with it the god of storms himself.
Yeah. We should definitely try to figure out what to do after this. Because yeah.
I agree. I still think that those shipwrecks are worth investigating.
So I guess the decision is: do you want to do anything before this procession arrives, or do you want to wait them out?
I think we're gonna wait them out. I don't know if there's anything we can do.
Who wants to try and talk to uh the priest, who I'm assuming is a priest?
I can try.
I'm gonna use second level enhanceability, I guess, uh on Elwyn, and give him uh Eagle's Splendor, which is advantage on charisma checks for an hour. So I'll, I guess, touch him and concentrate, and yeah.
Assuming that they even want to talk to us, this will at least help for sure.
Okay, note that down. Anything else?
I don't think so.
Worst case scenario, maybe I can give them goats.
Not in here.
Does the god of death like goats?
I hear that they sacrifice. Susie says he just got stopped.
One more thing I wanted to do. Is there a can I try and understand if there's any particular magic in this space? Like I want to try and decide I want to try and figure out why my flight was canceled or if I can even cast spells in here.
Okay. How do you want to do this?
I guess I'll try and cast light.
Okay.
Just to see if my magic works in this space.
Nothing seems to happen.
Well, that's not good.
But did I feel anything when I tried to use enhance ability?
You cast it.
I don't think our magic is working in here. It seems to be an anti-magic area of some sort. I'm going to try and cast Mage Hand as well, to a different kind of magic, to see if it's just blocking certain types, or if it's blocking all types.
Again, nothing seems to happen.
Okay. Either evocation or conjuration works. Cool. So this is entirely an anti-magic area of sorts.
Yeah. Do you want to inspect the room at all, or anything else you want to do?
Do I see any sort of like magic circles or anything?
Not on the surface or the ground. Go ahead and roll investigation.
15 plus 6, 21.
So, looking about the room and looking specifically in the area that gateway is, so to speak, between the outside submerged water and the interior of the temple, you notice like etchings again, and a couple of them do match what you saw on that sculpture at the top of that tower.
Thing. It's those etchings again. But I don't know what they are or where they've come from. But I assume it has something to do with the fact that we can't use magic in here. Well, if it gets ugly, I won't have a lot that I can do.
If it gets ugly, you two run.
I think we should all run if it gets ugly.
Well, run first.
Yes. If those specters are able to come in here, it will at least confirm to me that they are not magical in nature. Or at least they have no spell on them. I'm gonna like feel the hilts of my blades to see if their thing is disrupted in here. The sense that I get from them is disrupted in this space, or if it's the same.
You still feel both of them. You still feel that same pull from one to the other.
Okay, so no change even in this room. I assume that means I can still use them.
Anything else anybody wants to do in preparation? Or is everybody good to wait it out?
I think I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really doing anything until they get in here.
Okay. So you all wait for a time, short time. After several minutes, you can definitely make out through that blurred wall of water these specters approaching. Short time afterwards, the man pulls the child up the stairs, passes through that blurred wall of water, and steps into the chamber. The spectral form seems to change, flickering between a more physical form and a spectral form. You can almost see, the man he was prior to whatever he is now. Same with the child as he's dragged through, and the child is still screaming, looking to each of you now, screaming for your help. Please, please help me, help me. Slowly, as the man moves into the chamber, pulls the child towards the altar, the man himself does not acknowledge you. The rest of that procession slowly begins to fill the space and move around you. You notice these individuals stay in their almost full spectral form.
I'm gonna look at the man who's dragging the child and say, "Hey, wait a minute."
Looks to you, makes eye contact, continues moving.
I'm gonna try and put my hand on his shoulder.
You can physically feel it for a moment. Again, another moment, the spectral form sort of passes through and erases the physical, and your hand passes through. But for that moment, that rippling physical effect passed, you could feel him.
And I said, "What do you intend to do with this child?"
He looks to you again. He says, "The child must die.
For what reason? Is this a sacrifice to the god of death?
He must die or will be destroyed.
You'll be destroyed?
We all will. The city will be destroyed.
By what?
The gods themselves.
Well, how do you know this? Is this some sort of prophecy?
We have performed great sin. We must now answer, and this is the price."
What sin? What sin do you speak of?
He squints his eyes a bit, looks confused for a moment. The boy must die. He continues moving and drags him towards the altar.
Can I grab the boy?
Yeah,
Do I pass through him as well?
you can maintain a physical hold for him for just a second before that spectralness sort of takes over again and your hand falls through.
Um,
It's almost
can I
rippling
try
in
to
and out of being physical and spectral.
can I try it again and just like I'm gonna try and like knock the man's wrist to make him drop the child.
What are the rest of you doing while this is happening?
I'm gonna be over by the altar. Is this thing
Okay.
made out of stone by chance?
Looks to be a combination of materials. There's some marbling, what looks to be either gold or some similar material as well, swirled into it. But there's some
So
element of stone in there.
okay. I'm just gonna wait, see what happens. But I have my hand on the altar at the moment.
Okay.
When I see Elwin have like else like actually make contact with the official slash the priest, I'm going to quietly, not stealthily, because I can't be stealthy, like just come up behind and like just get closer, get within
Okay.
like, I don't know, 10 feet or so, so like if I need to help with this I can.
Okay. As that's happening as well, a lot of those other spirits are filling the room and taking their place, almost standing in an audience-like manner around you. You see that they don't really have a face. They do have what appears to be these lightly black, almost glowing areas where their eyes should be, but no other facial features, no nose, no mouth. And they all take places slowly as they fill into the room and stare at now the man dragging the child. And Elwin, what was your action again?
I'm just like hitting his wrist to try and see if he'll drop the child.
Okay, so trying to time your shots, you're able to make contact with the wrist and hit it physically. Doesn't release his hold though.
I look at
I'm
him and say, "Sorry, go ahead."
I was gonna try and like yank the child back like as fast as I could
Um,
after this happened.
okay. Roll sleight of hand.
Me?
Yes. Where you want to grab the child as well.
I guess like by the waist?
Okay.
What would be the yeah, like by the waist, I guess, yeah. Sleight of hand. Well, ha ha ha. 4.
What?
You can't quite time it right, and your hands pass completely through as that more spectral essence passes through him.
I'm gonna look at the man and be like, I don't know what disaster you're trying to avoid, but it's already happened. This town is already finished.
He looks to you confused. He's like, it is not. We're doing this to save our city.
Your
What year?
city's already
What year?
underwater.
Look around you. It's everything is. And then stops and drones off.
Tell me, do you know what the date is? Do you even know the name of your cities?
Stops for a moment. Still has his grip on the child. Seems to be squinting, trying to determine where he is and what the date is, but he can't seem to bring his mind around to it. After a few moments of more indecision, he looks towards the altar again and continues moving.
Is your name by chance Samuel?
No response.
Do I? I'm gonna maybe do an Arcana check. Do I get the sense that I can if I were to cast magic from outside of this room into the room, would it go through?
You have to try.
Um, okay, I'm gonna like sprint out, like dash out into the water,
Okay.
and I'm gonna like fire an Eldritch Blast inwards.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything in the meantime?
I'm holding my position.
Okay.
I guess Elwin didn't say anything when he did this, right?
No,
he just ran out of the
yeah, he just sprinted out.
Okay. What would Tacitus do? I think. I mean, mm, I think I'll get like maybe a bit further up into the room, like closer to the altar, and maybe like crouch down and prepare to try and like shove the dude away from the kid.
Okay.
So like get to some place that I have like some running room.
Okay. So you want to get towards the altar by Crix and
Yeah.
sort of position yourself to get ready to charge at this guy.
Yeah. I guess I figure that like if Elwyn has stopped talking, he's trying to do something a bit more forceful now.
Okay. So Elwin, you move outside and you cast your spell.
Yeah.
Okay. You feel the contact immediately as it erupts against that basically wall of water in front of you. Spreads out a bit and with a force throws you backwards almost 20 to 30 feet into the water in front of the temple.
Shit.
From the inside, you see the spell flash and you see the clash. And for a moment, water begins to drip and leak in from that wall as well. Fill the room just a bit, little puddle.
Oh.
Okay. So I can't cast magic in or from outside of the room. Severely limits options here. I'm gonna swim back and re-enter.
I'm just gonna try and check him, I guess, at this point. Like try and tackle him.
Okay.
When nothing else works, let's go for just strength.
Yeah, roll strength.
Strength or athletics?
You can do athletics.
24?
So you charge at him. You make contact with him, and he does for a moment stumble backwards, falls, uh, starts to drag himself to his feet. Those other spirits in the room, those faceless spirits, have all turned their heads to you.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
The man himself
Oh,
looks disoriented. The child is still trying to scramble away, get purchase on anything in the ground around him to try and pull himself away, but can't get away.
fuck. Grab the kid and go. Is what I'll yell.
Chris is the only person in the vicinity to grab the kid and go.
I am.
Isn't Gideon down here also?
Yeah, Gideon
Yeah.
is there. He looks terrified at the moment.
Okay.
He's more towards the back of the room with a lot of the spirits sort of surrounding him.
I'll come out from behind the altar and start heading towards the kid and be like, come on, follow me. And kind of like reach out to grab the kid.
And you can make contact with his hand for a moment, but again, like that spectral essence of it passes in his hand, passes through you. You can only make contact for a moment.
Does the kid follow or does he just stay put?
He's still held by the man.
Oh, he didn't let go of him.
No, he did not let go. He maintained his grip on him. Still
so like
getting himself to his feet, and yeah, the kid sort of went back with him. The man himself is disoriented and getting himself to his feet.
Do I get back into the room now?
Yeah, you can get back inside.
Okay, I'm gonna get back in and be like, I have, be like, these creatures don't seem to listen to logic. It seems they're stuck in a loop of some sort. but we know we can interact with them. So I'm gonna like rush over and try and help Crix and just like use the momentary physical connection to try and do what Tacitus was trying to do earlier and like pull the kid away by the waist.
Okay. Sleight of hand. Does anybody want to do anything else while this is happening?
We
Uh,
can we cast magic in here? Absolutely not.
You can try.
No, nothing. I tried.
and I. You said he's trying to get back up. Can I try and like push him away, like on the ground? Not like pin him, but just like again, just try and like shove him away from the child.
While Elwyn is trying to grab the child.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So you roll strength, and then Elwyn your sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand was 18.
18. And the strength.
15.
Okay. So as Tacitus makes contact with this individual, again, it's just for a moment. You push him away and he stumbles, and you pass through him. Elwyn, you do manage to get a grip on the child, pull him away. For a moment, the man releases his grip and immediately strikes over to the child and starts to reach out in an almost maniacal attempt to relatch onto him.
Can I stand in the way?
Sure. So you get in the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna be annoying again.
As you get in the way, and Elwyn sort of stumbles back with the child, and Tacitus passes through. The man makes contact with you, and his hand takes physical form for a moment. And he grabs onto your throat and squeezes, stares directly into your face. You cannot let him go. We'll all die.
I he's got physical form in me.
Just the hand.
Yep. I'm gonna grip his hand, and I'm gonna try to cast polymorph.
Nothing happens.
Magic doesn't work in here.
You feel that grip getting tighter on your throat as well. It's getting hard to breathe. Elwyn, those spirits around you, those faceless spirits, begin to encircle and hover over you, staring straight down at you. The child himself seems to be attempting to latch onto you as his physical form, passes through. He's having difficulty.
I'm gonna say, kid, follow me. Let's run for the exit, and just like use a moment to like propel him, and then start running.
He looks terrified, but starts moving. Gideon also moves through and gets between you and the child, moving for the exit, and the man.
We're gonna run again. I'm gonna try and run this time at Crix and like just like get them all out. Like try and like just charge and grab Crix and run through to the exit.
Okay. Roll athletics again if you'd like.
23.
Okay. So you make contact with the man with his grip on Crix's throat. He does lose his grip, and you sort of shove him into Crix for a moment before he loses that physicality again. Passes through Crix, and you careen right into Crix. You're grabbing him?
Yeah.
Okay, so you grab him. Elwyn, you get up. The child tries to follow through, but he's sort of blocked by those faceless spirits as they get between you and the kid, and he's sort of staring up at them, backpedaling a bit, very scared.
I say I didn't want to rely on this, but I'm gonna whip out my sunblade.
Okay.
And
You,
since I realized
in
that I
turn,
can't,
pull the other.
yeah,
Yeah.
I just whip out both of them and extend their blades.
Okay. You feel that immediate surge of strength from both blades and both spirits within them.
And knowing that my sunblade, at least, I don't really know about the other one, but I know that my sunblade deals radiant damage, and I know that it's particularly strong against undead. But I don't know if these things are undead, so I'm just gonna try it out and take a swing.
Okay. So as you swing the blade, it cuts straight through one of these spirits and it dissipates.
Oh shit!
flickering out almost like a TV screen as it cuts.
And they retain their form after.
No, they do not return. The spirit does not return.
Okay, I'm gonna cut a path for this kid.
Okay, you're cutting down spirit after spirit as they are still attempting to enclose and encircle you. Gideon follows behind Tacitus. You just grab Crix and run, correct?
Yeah.
So you're following through in the wake of Elwyn sort of cutting these spirits down. You're able to cut through without much issue. That man is howling behind you. You cannot. You'll die. We'll all die. You're going to be the death of us all.
I look at him and yell, "You're already dead."
You fools. Do you pass through the wall?
I will try to.
Yeah.
Okay. You pass through. The child follows behind. Um, again, this time he seems to be able to float and move within the water behind you.
Okay. With myself behind him, and I guess Gideon in front of him. Where's Gideon behind him? I'm in
Gideon's
front of
behind.
him. I'm in front.
You're in
I'm
the
in
lead.
front of
Yep.
him.
Gideon is
Yeah,
Right.
you're the
coming through the wall behind
I'm
you,
gonna-
and Tacitus and Crix are about to burst through.
I'm gonna start swimming towards the surface and like beckon the kid to follow me.
Okay. Yeah, he attempts to. He's trying very hard. He swims very slowly, though. He's struggling. You see Gideon reach out an arm and actually successfully grasp onto the child, as though he has a physical form now, and he pulls him up and swims with him. Tacitus and Crix, you both burst through the doorway out of that chamber, leaving those spirits wailing behind you. Do you also swim out towards the surface?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Doesn't take you very long, but you all surface. Gideon with the child not long after you, Owen, and then Tacitus and Crix just a few seconds behind.
Well, I don't know what we just did, but hopefully it doesn't come back to bite us.
No idea of what we just did, but
The child floats there. He has an arm on Gideon's right arm, and he seems bewildered.
I look at the kid and say, "Child, do you have a name?"
He looks at you, seems confused, just like the man when you asked him these kind of questions.
Do you know where you are? Or what year it is?
He looks around, again, looking confused, bewildered.
Can you understand us?
He looks to you, Tacitus, and suddenly he gets a very eerie smirk that becomes a large grin on his face.
Oh, that's good.
Shit.
The child begins now to float and rise up from out of the water,
Oh,
taking
God.
more of a physical form as the water drips off of him and his robes. And the sky becomes very dark above you.
Oh, good. Good.
You know what? I knew we should have just gone to those shipwrecks.
Fuck kids.
Who said to get involved with this damn child?
You start to feel a bit of a rumble, and the water shakes with you. Looking up from over those mountaintops, massive waves begin to crash up and over the mountains, and water begins to pour and fill in
Oh,
the
God.
remnants of this city. Surges towards you, and these massive rolling waves collides with all of you and sinks you and submerges you into the water below, and you black out.
Oh, God.
Okay, well, lesson learned. Don't help kids.
Yeah.
Unsure of how much time has passed, you come to. You awaken soggy, almost exhausted. You have a feeling of extreme tiredness, but you appear to be on a rooftop with a small hatch in the back right corner.
Oh, my God. Are we back?
Oh my god.
Looks very familiar.
Is this I like get up and like recognizing this rooftop, I run to the hatch to see if it's locked again.
Yeah, again, you pull it, gives a little bit, doesn't quite allow you to pull it up. It's locked from beneath somehow.
Fuck.
I hate this place.
I'm gonna go back and look over the edge of the rooftop and see if the water level is the same or higher or lower than it was.
Looks about the same as you remember it. Again, you see those spirits aimlessly wandering
they
What
below the
just
streets.
happened?
Wait, are they the same spirits that we saw from this rooftop?
Everything looks to be the same. Again, you can't really make out their features from where you are on the rooftop, but
Is a chair in the water?
you scan the water, look for a chair. You can't seem to spot one. There's a lot of ruins down there and
Uh,
things of that nature.
well, I don't know what just happened, but it seems like we are back where we started.
Gideon sort of drags himself up and pulls himself into the corner of the building.
No child in sight, I assume.
No children nearby.
Seeing that we just went through the event, may I make another roll to understand where we are?
What would you like to roll?
I might do a history this time.
Okay.
Bum, bum, bum. 19.
Okay. So struggling to think back on the what you know of the realms of Theros, the anything that involves things like spirits. You recall tales of Philias, uh, a level of the underworld that's occupied by just primarily uninspired souls, worthless souls. They didn't really live for anything. They didn't achieve anything. They just lived. And they died, and their souls had no purpose anywhere else. So they ended up in this realm of the underworld. Um, Certain areas of it are said to relive events. Uh, Others are meaningless without purpose. It's sort of a chaotic realm of the underworld, and it means that there's no set story to it, right? You've got realms within the world that are dedicated to the honorable dead and the valiant dead. There's realms for mercenaries and cutthroats and cowards. And that's where they end up. Philias is more of a realm where uh, there's no reason for them to exist anywhere else. So this is where they end up. Um, there's stories of it being Erebos's sort of playground at times. He constructs cities and locations in mockery of what they are in reality in life. Sometimes takes it from bits and pieces of the memories of certain individuals that end up in the realm, and crafts it in almost a mockery of what it was. And that's the closest thing that you can conceive to where you are now.
Interesting.
But this place has no purpose. Literally.
I'm gonna sit down and looking at the blade of sunset. I'm gonna be like, Oth, where the hell did you transport us?
You get the slow response. This is alien to me, unknown. This is not where I intended us to end up.
You're saying that your transport was interrupted somehow?
Or misdirected. Potentially the fault of the other.
What is the other? I guess I can't ask that question.
I also don't think you can hear this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at the other blade and reach out and be like, Pasha, are you there?
You get the same sort of strained response that you usually get when you try to interact. It simply says, resist him. Again, it's cut off and cut out and garbled. It's hard to understand.
Be like, that's not much help, Pasha. I can't resist him if I die. So I guess I would like to propose that this time around we don't go helping children.
That's fine with me.
I think I've had enough being a hero for one time.
Did when the kid did that weird fucked up thing, did that remind me of anything?
You want to roll something?
Sure. History?
Sure.
Did the
13?
child?
I give you some boogeyman vibes. That's
Okay.
the best you
Did
can get.
did the child change form when he like rose into the sky, or did he just remain a
Didn't
child?
change form physically, but his demeanor and his features did become darker, more ominous, more evil in nature.
Mm, okay.
Actually,
Is the sky no longer dark?
It's as blue as it was earlier, with a little bit of cloud cover.
Cool. Okay.
I have a question. I explicitly know that it's because of meta knowledge, so I'm not going to ask it.
um.
I was gonna ask, possibly with that history check, where I know the events of what happened.
Nothing particular about what you just saw or what you just witnessed draw any memories of any particular event in history.
All right.
Yes, the town was destroyed, and it reset us back to where we started. So there's that. I will return to my original thought of investigating those shipwrecks.
Sounds good to me. Let's go.
Yeah, yes, that is not the worst ideas.
No,
The
I
only
will
other thing I can,
note you did not restore any spell slots or anything as well. Anything that you used during that excursion
yeah,
is still used.
yeah. I would also like. Well, I guess the other thing that I could say is perhaps we can investigate that tower that I saw earlier. It's possible maybe there's a space in it similar to the one that was in the temple. I did see similar ruins on on the surface of the tower, so we might find some clues in there. But we can do that after or before investigating those shipwrecks. Up to you guys.
All right. Um,
Gideon has been
Di-
sitting in the corner just staring out at the city.
Are you all right there, Gideon?
He looks to you, uh, blinks for a moment like he's finding himself again. And says, "I'm fine. I'm fine." He stands up and sort of gets his wits about him.
I
Right.
am going to say is at least that is if if the storm ends up coming in and we get reset, there's a possibility that maybe even the child get into the altar or whatever it was that he became might happen anyways, per se. Like, he
Maybe.
escapes, shows his true self, and then that happens.
It's possible. Whatever the case, I'd say we don't get involved with that procession or that child again.
Yeah. Whatever is closest. Let's just get moving.
Yeah. Is the tower closer or the shipwrecks closer?
The shipwrecks will be closer. The tower's far to the west.
All right, let's go to those shipwrecks, see if there's some clue where they came from or what they might have been doing.
I could turn into a turtle again, but the only problem with that is if I lose being a turtle, that means I can't transform into anything else.
Uh,
I can swim.
up to you. We can swim.
I'm fine with swimming. But being in the water for that long, nothing bothered us. So
Yeah, it's not a big deal. Let's swim. We're gonna swim over to
Yeah,
the
it's a
shipwrecks.
good distance further to the shipwrecks. So
I would say let's try and like hop between buildings. Like swim to the nearest building, like try and leapfrog kind of. Maybe take a break in between them.
Yeah, we can take our time to travel over there.
okay. So you want to just hop into the water and start moving your way in towards the shipwrecks? Is that the plan?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Everybody on board as well, Tacitus and Crix?
Yep. I think we should like try and like just leapfrog from building to
Yeah.
building.
Yeah.
Some of the buildings,
We'll just
again,
nav-
are taller, so you'd have to climb to reach the tops of them. But if you wanted to sort of stop at each one that seems it's easier to access, you can do that.
Yeah, stop at each one and like sort of just like at least be able to like hold on so that we're not constantly treading water.
Yeah, we can take breaks and like just like spend a good amount of time navigating all the way over there.
Okay. Okay, so hopping into the water, same sensations as before. It's warm, not hot, not cold. Everything seems still. Swimming towards the direction you know those shipwrecks to be, which is more of a northeastern direction. Um, Latching onto the first building, it's a bit taller than the one that you started on. It's got maybe 3 stories, about 40, 45 feet above the water. Passing by, you sort of latch onto the building and guide yourself through. You notice in the window you see a lot of those spirits mulling about as well. These spirits do seem to have more facial features about them than those ones that you saw in the temple. Sort of like the old lady that you had encountered when you first got here. They don't seem to have any purpose. Again, they're moving through from room to room, through hallways as you pass and sort of peer into these windows. You keep moving. Do you want to stop anywhere?
Nothing I want to stop for at the moment.
No,
Okay.
just keep moving.
Okay.
One thing I did want to ask: which direction did that wave come from that crashed into the city? When the kid
Every
did his thing?
direction. It came crashing in over the mountaintops from every direction that you could see.
From every direction. Okay. Cool.
Sort of coming in and just crashing over you.
Right.
So you continue moving. You swim for another 10, 15 minutes. Getting a little tiring. You see a rooftop nearby that is something that you could sort of just grasp onto from the water level and pull yourselves onto if you wanted to rest for a time. Or would you like to
Yeah,
keep
I
swimming?
see. I'd say we take rests like at distances where we would get tired.
Yeah. I think we should take a rest.
Okay. So coming up to that first rooftop, uh, it also seems to have a similar hatch to the building that you started on. Nothing else on the roof though.
Oh no.
It's not the same one, is it?
You seem like you're in a different place. The buildings around are different.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess we keep moving after a little rest.
Okay. How long do you want to stay on this rooftop?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
Okay. Nothing really happens. You just you sort of rest, regain your breath, relax for a minute, and then you hop back in and keep moving.
Yep.
Okay. Crix as well. You're good.
Yeah.
Okay. So you swim for another 15, 20 minutes this time. You pass by a lot of taller structures. Nothing of note that you can really make out going on. Again, underneath you, those spirits are mulling about the streets, passing through and passing uh, from building to building and crossroad to crossroad. You get within a distance where you can start to see one of those shipwrecks sort of nose down into the water. It's wedged between two of the structures. Looks like a larger galleon of sorts. Uh, Half of the ship is submerged. The other half is sticking straight up out of the water. You could continue to swim straight towards it. There's a couple rooftops nearby that you could latch onto as well if you wanted to rest up again before you make your way into them. Any preference?
I guess how is Crix looking in terms of like swimming stamina?
Crix, how you feeling? Pretty tired at this point for the most part. You've been swimming for a while. But do you want to rest? Do you want to keep going?
I mean, resting would be bad. I would say he probably doesn't look like tired, but like That's going to be beneficial.
Yeah, let's risk. Let's not risk it right now.
Okay. So the nearest rooftop that you can latch onto is just another couple minutes of a swim. You can see it off in the distance. So you swim over to it. You pull yourselves up onto the rooftop here. There are a number of buckets sort of laying around on this rooftop. Different fabrics are scattered about, just old and decayed, nothing seemingly of note. But this building also has another sort of hatch door in the corner, like you've seen elsewhere. You just want to rest for a time?
While we're resting, I want to examine the ship from where I am. And
Okay.
just like, does it seem like it crashed into something?
Roll investigation.
17?
From best you can tell, looks like it came down maybe that mountain slope and crashed and wedged itself between the buildings.
Um, okay.
Again, its nose is pointed straight down, and it's halfway submerged in the water. So it's not actually resting on any surface. It's sort of wedged and lodged between these buildings.
Having experienced what we just experienced, do I get the sense that the waves that came in over the mountains, could they have carried a ship like this?
Potentially.
Mm, okay.
And this is the closest one to
The
you. There are other ships, and wrecks that you had witnessed when you were flying above that are, in various states. Again, some of them completely submerged, some of them sticking up out of the water, similar to this one. Some of them maybe crashed and wrecked atop the buildings, and are fractured and scattered about. But this is one of the more intact ones. It seems to be just wedged in.
how much is there any water currently flowing over the mountain?
No, looking up at the closest mountaintops to you, you can't even make out if there is any water up there. It's you just see the peaks of the mountains,
How high are these mountains?
thousands of feet up.
So not something I could fly up to easily.
Not easily at all.
What a what a mystery. Um okay. What do you guys want to do?
We came over here. Might as well look at the ships. See if there's anything we can find.
Yeah, we should
Uh,
go in them and just see if there's anything in them still.
Crix, roll perception for me.
I make hot cocoa, damn it. Perception. Perception.
I'm not a psychic
20.
man. I don't know when you're trying to make cocoa.
Yeah, no.
All right, 20. So from your position, while some other members of the party are sort of investigating the ships, you hear what sounds like scratching from one of the buckets nearby.
Like animalistic scratching or
Like the bucket maybe moved. You didn't see it move, but it sounded like like a bucket scraping against the roof.
Creepy.
okay. I will keep an eye on it.
Okay. Tacitus, what are you doing right now?
Um, I mean, no one looked at the. Did did Elwin look down the latch? Down the latch on the building that we're on?
No, I didn't. I was looking at the ship.
I might as well go inspect that. Honestly,
Okay. You just want to go and yank on it?
yeah, it seems odd to me that every building would have a latch on top of it.
So go ahead and yanking up on it. It does pull up. This one is not locked, but the room below is completely submerged.
If I stick my head down, do I see anything interesting in particular?
There's about a foot of space. Um, roll investigation.
And
Um, The water is sort of rippling in here, strangely. You don't see anything of note. The water is pretty clear, as similar to most of the water around the buildings. You see just the same sort of ruined furniture that you've seen in some of these other buildings. Nothing else. But you
Does
do
it?
notice the top of the water is got a bit of a ripple to it.
If I look outside, over the edge of the building, does is there is there a similar ripple?
No, the water is still.
Water's moving in there.
Moving, you
Uh,
say?
Crix, about this
Yeah.
time you're sort of eyeballing that bucket. It just for a moment like scrapes and moves just a half an inch.
Are you gonna tell anyone, Crix? I guess Crix might be making hot
He
cocoa
might be
still.
cocoing. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm gonna walk over to where Tacitus is and look down as well at the rippling water.
Okay.
I think I heard
And
Varn also.
I'm gonna take a rock out of my bag, and I'm gonna throw it at the bucket.
you
Okay.
just have rocks in your bag.
He's got a bag of
I
rocks.
have a sling.
He does have a
I
sling.
like that you were swimming around with a bag of
Bag
rocks.
No,
Just
I
whips
have
a rock out.
I have a sling, so
So you got some small stones in there, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Makes sense. Your
Uh,
pebble collection.
So it makes contact with the bucket, and again, for a very quick moment, it like scritches back and rocks itself backwards as something moved it.
I'm gonna take another small rock and I'm gonna huck it as hard as I can. I want to see if I can knock the bucket over.
Okay. Roll strength.
That's a 17.
Okay. The rock strikes the bucket and it tips, and something really small, brightly colored, scurries so quickly you can barely notice the blur of it, and hides itself behind another one of those buckets that's sitting on its side. Just a blur of color, almost very small, maybe the size of a squirrel.
I have no idea what the hell that is.
Do I see this?
You didn't see it; you were sort of looking down into the hatch, but you definitely heard it.
I'm gonna look back and be like, Crix, what was that?
Gideon walks
I
over as
don't
well now, paying
know.
attention.
Um, I'm gonna try speak with animals, and I'm gonna say speak with it and be like, "Can you hear me?"
You don't get a response.
Hmm. Uh, there's nothing to be afraid of. I just want to speak with you.
You see a small, beady black eye, uh, and an almost oil slicked, uh, fleshy head. The side of the head peek out from the bucket for a moment before it pulls itself back in.
I'm like crouched in a sort of like um friendly manner in the way that you would like approach a wild animal,
Okay.
and I beckon to Crix and Gideon to back up a little bit.
Gideon backs
Did
up.
I get a good view of it when poked out?
You get a pretty good view of the side of its head, and it was sort of multicolored. You couldn't really tell exactly. It was sort of like bluish purple almost, with a little
I'm
beady
gonna
black eye.
do a nature's check. 14.
Nothing you recognize.
Okay.
Maybe
Uh,
it looked almost like some sort of fish, but not in any natural way that you know.
okay. Yeah, I'll back up.
I'm gonna like in this like harmless sort of posture. I'm gonna be like, I promise you, we mean you no harm. I just if you can possibly communicate.
It again sort of peaks, stays out for a moment longer this time. You sort of just see the eye again and the side of its mouth that has these little white teeth sort of sticking up out of it, very tiny. It doesn't respond to you, but it sort of sits there with just half its head staring out at you. Its skin sort of shimmers and moves with different colors: yellows, greens, blues, reds.
I'm gonna be like, are you able to understand what I'm saying?
There's silence for a moment, but you hear sort of a splurt, bit of a wet noise.
Is my speak with animals working? Can I tell?
There's no other animals around to check with.
Well, I mean, since I gained the ability to comprehend, was I able to understand if it just like
No, you just
made a
heard
random
a
noise,
wet
or if it
splurt.
was? I see.
Gross.
And I'm gonna say, nod your head if you're able to understand what I'm saying.
You hear another wet like splurt, a little longer this time, but it slowly like nods. Still just half its head peeking out from behind this bucket.
Does it look like it has a if it's like a spectral thing, or if it's
Doesn't look spectral, no.
something?
It's got the eyes of a squid almost, is the eyeball that you can see, and it seems to have some sort of colorful skin.
I'm gonna ask it. Do you know where we are right now?
It takes you in for a moment and then nods again slowly.
Are you able to tell us, perhaps?
Looks confused for a second, sort of tilts its head to the side. It steps out completely from behind the bucket, and I'm gonna put an image in tabletop chat. What you guys are looking at? Little creature.
Oh
Seems
my
innocent
god.
enough. Sort of stands there again, like cocks itself to the side a bit, stares up at you.
I wasn't expecting a little man. Look at him. He's got little legs.
Don't know what that is. I haven't seen that before.
It's so cute. So ugly. Continuing to be in this sort of like posture of animal handling. I don't know what to call it, but whatever it is, I'm just gonna be like, you see, my friends and I, we ended up here somehow, and we're not quite sure of where we are, how to get out of here. If you're able to understand and maybe communicate at all, maybe you can help us.
Tilts its head to the side again and sort of squirts at you. It's a splish, and it squirts out a little bit of water, just splashes about in front of it, and all three, there's like these three little fin flaps almost on his sides. All of them lift at once, and he looks to the side and points up at the top of the mountains.
The top of which mountain?
All of them, the top of the mountain ranges above you,
Like he points in a
in the
particular direction, or
just in the direction of up the top of those mountains.
I look at him and say, "You're telling us to go over the mountains?"
Looks at you again, just says splish.
Does he nod his head at all, or is it just
Doesn't nod,
that?
just that.
And I'll say, "Nod your head if I understood you correctly."
Points all three of his
If you-
fins up again. Looks up there, splish.
The mountain, yes. The is that the way out of here?
He moves really fast, like so fast you almost barely notice him. Crix, he dives onto your bag and begins to sort of tug at it.
At my bag,
At your bag, yes.
I just pull it away from him.
Give me your bag, Crix.
No, why am I gonna
Just-
give him my bag?
Just I pull out my bag and I like offer it to this thing.
He walks over to it and like sniffs it a couple times. Looks up at you and then just goes right back to Crix and begins to like sort of hop, reaching his fin arms up towards Crix's bag.
I look at Crix and say, "This is the first sentient creature we found. It might be able to tell us something."
I don't even know what the hell it wants.
Well, just give him a chance.
No.
So still hopping up and down below. He's like splish, splish.
What do you have in your bag, Crix? What's in there?
Let's see. I have wine bottles, torches, rope, maybe rations?
I pull out a ration from my bag and I like offer it to this thing.
He comes over and sniffs at it, It looks at it. You see the little like grimy tongue slip out from between his teeth. He gives a little lick, and then he just goes, "Ugh!" Spits on it almost with a bit of drool, and hops
I
back
throw
over
it
towards
behind
Crix.
me.
Again, attempts to keeps attempting to latch onto that bag, trying to grab it.
He wants something very specific in your backpack, Crix. Nothing that I have
It-
on me.
I I don't understand what it is that he wants.
I look at the creature and I don't even know if my speak with animals is working at this point, but I'm just gonna ask it again and be like, "Is there something you want from that bag?
He nods at you like very quickly again, points the fins up at the bags. Plush!
Is it food?
Cocks his head to the side like he doesn't really understand what you're getting at.
Is it something to eat?"
Cocks his head to the other side. Again, like points up
Uh,
at the bag.
are you able to tell me what it is?
Just keeps looking at you with his fins held up, pointed at that bag.
Well, I don't know how to help this thing. It wants something in your bag, Crix. That's all I know. And he seems to know where we are and potentially how to get out of here. That's about all I can get from this conversation.
Just eyes the creature and like, fine, I'll let you into my bag, but whatever you take, I might let you keep it. But if I don't, you're gonna have to give it back. I'll put the bag down, but I'm going to hold sturdy the bag,
'Kay.
like the opens of the bag in my hand, so you can't take it.
Okay. Just immediately as you set it down, he hops up and climbs inside, and you hear a bit of like rifling about, and he hops back out with a few of those little pebbles. Um, Immediately takes one and puts it into his mouth, like, oh,
See one of the pebbles.
sort of walks away with the. He's got maybe 3 or 4 of those little stones with him. He's sort of cradling with his fins on one side.
What does he want with the pebbles?
So takes another one and he's like, oh, swallows the whole thing.
I guess it's a snack.
I deal with idiots. Go on.
I look to this creature and say, "Are you able to speak any language?"
He looks to you as he's about to throw another one of those stones at his mouth. Just goes splush, plops the stone into his mouth.
Hmm.
I'm
Okay,
gonna.
well-
So while all this is happening, I'm gonna like look at the ripples in the water inside. Can I tell where they're coming from at all?
It's hard to say. So you look down and you sort of keep an eye on it for a minute while these guys are interacting with this small creature, and it seems to be like originating in different areas. So the ripples are moving in like confrontational directions almost.
Interesting.
I look at this creature and I ask, "Do you have? Are there others like you here?"
He looks up at you as he's putting that last stone in his mouth, plops it in first, then he slowly nods to the no.
Hmm.
There's a bucket in here, right?
There's
On the roof.
Yeah, there's a few of them scattered about.
I'm gonna grab a bucket and drop it inside.
Okay, sort of bottom first.
Sure, yeah.
Hits the water, slowly floats for a minute before it like tips over, takes in water and sinks.
And if I wait a few minutes, like the ripples just return, nothing happens.
Yes, continues rippling about from different places.
I'm gonna use. I guess I'll use Divine Sense again. See if there's anything
Not picking
good or
anything
evil
up.
nearby.
Not picking anything
Okay.
up.
Cool. Well, I don't know what's down here. Something's moving.
I don't know what this creature is trying to tell me, except that the mountains seem to be something of note.
The mountains are big. Cool.
There's something under the water in this house, and also the mountains are big. And he seems to associate the mountains from when I asked him how we get out of here. He pointed towards the top of the mountains. So maybe we just have to climb a mountain. I don't know.
You want to climb that?
I certainly don't, but I'm running out of ideas.
What does the sky look like right now?
Still pretty clear blue. There's a bit of cloud cover.
How far away is the ship that we were that we were coming here to investigate?
Very close to you. It's just you'd swim
Okay.
for another like 3 or 4 minutes if you wanted to reach the accessible areas of it. Again, it's like nose down into the water, sticking straight up out of it.
Shall we go check out some
Keep-
shipwrecks?
You can keep talking to fish if you want. I'm gonna go see about that ship.
I'll come with you. I can't see anything else I can gain from this creature at the moment.
I was told he might know a way out of his.
He probably does, according to the way he answered, but I don't know how I can understand it.
The goddamn thing ate rocks.
It did. I look at the creature and say, "We're gonna go investigate that shipwreck now."
He looks at you. He looks to the ship, points his fins towards the ship again. Like all three of them looked up at the same time. Looks at you, goes splush.
Yes, that ship right there.
He takes a leap and just runs right off and jumps into the water.
Oh, I guess it's coming with us. Shall we test this?
Gideon walks up to the side and says, after what we experienced in the past, I don't know that I trust anything here.
Neither do I, but what's the worst that can happen? We reset again.
Eternally? He looks to you.
I would hope not, but there's got to be a way out of here, and I think this creature might know something. Only we can communicate.
Very well.
At least it doesn't seem to try to be tricking us.
It also doesn't seem the same as the specters that we've been running into. This thing actually seems alive.
It's after a few moments of you guys talking, it pokes its head out of the water, so you just sort of see its eyes and its face poked out of the water as if it's staring up at you.
I jump into the water.
And Gideon follows.
I go
Starts
also.
swimming.
Okay, little creature swims along with you. He's very fast, so he's like circling you guys almost as you're approaching the ship. Swim straight up to it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you reach, the sort of wooden surface of the ship. The front of it, there's not much purchase, but you might be able to sort of latch in and climb up if you'd like to. There's not much left on the surface itself, but there is a staircase, a bit of a climb up, maybe 30 feet, that you could reach and maybe get into the interior of it.
I'm going to swim around it once and just see if I see any sort of like sigils, any symbols, anything on a decaying flag, or anything that might indicate to me where the ship might have come from.
Okay, roll investigation.
25.
Okay.
Jesus.
Plus 6, baby.
So you do recognize there's what looks to be an old nameplate. There seems to be like a portion of it missing. But the letters O D O B are on there, and the rest of it's gone.
The letters O, D, O, B.
Yes.
Are they in sequence like that, or are there
Yeah,
missing
it looks like
gaps in
no, it's just in sequence, and then the rest of the nameplate is gone.
O, D, O, B.
You also notice what appears to be the inscription of maybe a flag of some kind or a symbol. Not something that you recognize though.
What does it look like?
Looks to be crossed swords with the image of maybe a hippogriff behind, and large horns on the outside.
I'm gonna swim back and ask Gideon if he's ever seen that symbol before.
He swims around to the side where you were and starts to take it in. So I think I do recognize this.
Oh yeah.
I believe this is the symbol of an ancient tyrant.
How ancient are we talking?
200-300 years.
That checks out with what I thought the age of this disastrous city is.
His name was Agnamakos. terrorized the continent for some time.
Interesting. Okay, well, I guess we at least have some sense of who the ship belonged to. Not so much where it may have come from exactly, but do we want to go inside? I look towards Tacitus and Crix.
What else did we come here to do? I say, and I head in.
I thought we were just gonna wait outside.
All right, well, let's get in there and see what clues we can find.
So you want to try and
Jinkies.
climb up?
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody roll athletics for me once.
Oh boy, not very good at this. Ha! I rolled a 6.
4.
23.
Tacitus.
So Tacitus latches on, and with the more of the clawed minotaur fist, is able to drag himself up and reach that staircase. Elwyn and Crix, there's really nothing for you to make a purchase on. You sort of reach up and try to drag yourselves up, but the more like softer decayed wood sort of crumbles in places, and you find it more difficult to climb up the surface. The creature himself pops up and almost sticks to it and begins to almost slither up like a worm.
I'll throw a rope down and say, grab on.
Excellent. And I'm gonna grab the rope.
Okay. And you're able to pull yourselves up. You
I'm
just
more of a
want
spellcaster than a climber, you see.
to yank yourselves into the structure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so moving up, you sort of have to hang on. There's the ground would be the more forefront of the ship, is a pretty good distance below you, and you see a pretty deep pool of water down there as well. So a portion of the front of the ship is most likely damaged, and the water is spilled in. Looking up towards the rear of the ship, which would be more towards the sky, basically. There seems to be a couple of different chambers there with the doors closed, but you do see a bit of a glow of maybe some sort of lighting on the inside.
Interesting. Okay, so I guess we can try and make our way deeper into the ship.
So you want to continue to sort of climb your way up?
Yep.
Okay. Roll athletics.
Oh boy. Okay, better. I rolled an 18.
Okay.
Well, I only got a 10 this time.
And Crix.
12.
Okay.
I did the worst. Maybe I'm a bit tired from helping pull everyone up.
So Elwyn, you're able to get enough purchase from where you start climbing. That little creature is again sort of worming his way up towards the top of the ship. Tacitus, you do lose your grip enough that you slip and you end up sliding down towards the water below, crashing into the water and sort of treading this pool below. Crix, you're not able to make it up all the way. Tacitus almost collides with you as he comes down, but you're able to sort of maintain your hold. But you're having a bit more difficulty climbing up towards where Elwyn has reached.
Do I see anywhere that I could... How far am I from, like... Okay, I'm trying to visualize this a little bit better.
You're basically climbing the floor up towards the back of the ship.
Right. Do I see like a captain's quarters or something?
There's a room up there with a door that you'd have to find a way to sort of pry open.
Okay. How far am
Tacitus
I
is
from that?
fallen down towards the bottom. You're about 10 feet, so you can respectively reach it if you can find a way to get that door open. Crix, you're about 10 feet below Elwyn.
And I'm like fucking like 40 feet.
Yeah, you're about 50 feet down in that pool at more towards where the front
Well,
of the ship is submerged.
I do have 50 feet of rope. um, do I see something I could tie a rope to?
If you
That
can
would.
reach that door,
Okay, I'm gonna try and get up to the door and tie a rope, and I'm like, I'll drop a rope down. And I'm gonna try and get there and tie a rope to it.
okay. So give me one more
The
athletics
most
roll.
useful thing in D&D.
A rope.
Yeah.
So that little creature slithers about, worms his way up the side, and you see him sort of extend his fins into the crease of the door and just pop it open. Looks at you, sort of points in there, splish.
Oh, why? Thank you. And I'm gonna tie the rope. I rolled a 16 on my athletics.
Okay. Yep, you're able to reach up there and get purchase on the doorway after he sort of pops it open, and you can sort of yank yourself up into the room where you're sitting on the walls, basically.
Okay, I'm gonna find something sturdy to tie the rope to.
Okay. There's a couple beams in here. You're not entirely confident on what sort of weight they can support, but they seem sturdy enough.
Okay, I'm gonna do that and drop the rope down.
Okay. Crix, you want to latch onto it, pull yourself up?
Yeah.
Okay. And Tacitus, you just want to pull yourself up, or you want to sort of check anything out in the spot that you're in, or you just want to move up towards the rest of the party?
I guess what's around me, like on this part of the ship that's like submerged.
So down in the water below you, it seems like there's a lot of smashed crates and barrels. Just loose things that probably slid towards the front when this thing plummeted to its current resting place.
Mm.
You try to swim down there and sort of dig through if you want to investigate any further, though.
Sure, I'll do that since they're up there.
Okay. Go ahead and roll investigation.
The thing that I'm really good at investigation. I just got a nat 20.
You
Okay.
are quite good at it.
But that's a 19.
Minus one.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
So you swim down, you start to pry things apart. For the most part, whatever was in these barrels is long since decayed and decrepit. You can't really make out exactly what it is. But you do find a small blade. It's rusted over, but the hilt of it seems to be adorned with red and blue gemstone.
Cool.
It's
I guess I'll
valuable.
pocket it for now.
Okay.
And I guess when I surface, I'll head towards the rope and join the others.
Okay. So the
Um,
creature slides himself in and just hops down to basically where he's just walking along the wall.
Yeah, I've climbed into the room.
Yep. Crix is in there with you as well.
What do I see in this room?
So it's lit up. At the very top, there's a bit of a sconce attached to the wall that's lit. It is sitting on its side, basically, since the wall is your ceiling. There's the
Right.
remnants of furniture that are sort of smashed against, what is essentially the wall of the ship that is your floor now, in various portions of the room. The back of this room is actually wide open. You can see the sky straight above. So this was some sort of a quarters that was looking over the back of the ship.
I'm gonna try and look around to see if I can find some sort of captain's journal or something of the sort.
Okay. Roll investigation.
17 plus 6, 23.
Okay. So moving over and sort of digging through the remnants of the sort of smashed furniture and things about this room, there's a lot of paperwork that's just sort of been soaked through. The ink is gone, but you do find sort of a leather-bound tome. Seems very old. It's tied up and sealed with rope.
I'm gonna carefully open it.
Okay, so undoing the rope, opening the book. The front of it, the ink is completely gone. There's bits of words that you can make out on some of these pages, though. Seems like it was some kind of ledger. Occasionally, you find what is maybe the first half of a name, numbers, and what seems like maybe products. You see something that's GAR, you assume is maybe sugar, but it's
Do I
hard.
see?
Good.
Do I see any dates?
No dates. Nothing that can be discerned anyway.
So it's just a ledger that is mostly ineligible.
Yes.
Illegible? Illegible.
Illegible. Yeah.
It's like, okay, so no sort of like journal, no captain's journal, where captains typically write down events and stuff
Nothing that you
that
can
have
find in
happened.
your notes. That's the closest thing you found that's intact in any shape or form.
I'm gonna look at the creature and see if it's doing anything in particular.
Sort of just waddling about, looking around, watching you guys every now and then.
Okay, I assume Tacitus has made it up by now.
Yeah, Tacitus is sort of just pulling himself into the room after you finish inspecting that tome.
I'm gonna look at Tacitus and Crix and just say, well, I found a ledger that's mostly nonsense at the moment, so nothing too noteworthy.
Nonsense and nonsense in terms of what's in there, or nonsense in like can't
I
read it.
can't really tell what's in here. Mostly faded out by now.
That's
Why is the light? Why is that thing lit up?
It's a good question. Can I do an Arcana check on it?
Yeah, go and roll.
17.
So it's lit magically in nature.
Is it? Do I know of a spell that would last for this long?
I mean, there's a number of spells that would create fire and have a longevity to it.
Okay. So it's not like something super strange to see a magical light that's lasted hundreds of years.
Not too out of the ordinary. It's a little strange considering it's like the only thing lit up in this vessel.
Okay. Well, it seems like a magical light, Tacitus, but it seems like it's been on since the shipwrecked.
Oh. Well, that's the only thing that looks weird to me.
Yeah, I didn't spot anything else after a very careful investigation of the room, so I guess that's about. I'll take this ledger with us just in case we might be able to spend some time and decipher it, but at the
Is the
moment
light
it's
like a
mostly
torch?
It's like a wall sconce,
What's a sconce?
like a little round indentation in the wall designed to, hold a coal light or something along that nature.
Oh.
so. Were there any other rooms you saw on your way up here? I assume not.
This is pretty much the only
No,
thing remaining intact.
nothing that I
So
saw.
There could be
so
access
we've got
to lower levels of the ship. Might be harder to get to.
right. We've got a shipwrecked ship belonging to a tyrant from hundreds of years ago. A ledger that is mostly worn out and not really readable.
A weird
And
light, and I
uh,
found this sword or this dagger.
a magical light that's been on for hundreds of years and a dagger. Can I inspect the dagger?
Sure.
I'll hand it over.
And
This
it's
seems rusted to me.
it's got a rusted blade and a dark black hilt with just red and blue gemstones adorned.
Can I do an Arcana check to see if it's magical?
You don't have to check. It doesn't seem like it's magical in nature of any kind.
Okay. Interesting. So, oddly, very fancy dagger that is rusted. I hand it back to Tacitus. Well, it doesn't seem like there's much helpful information in this ship.
Is the fish thing looking at anything?
Just sort of aimlessly like wandering about, looking around the room. Seems more interested in what you guys are doing.
Okay.
You know what? For shits and giggles, I'm gonna cast Detect Magic.
Okay. Um, you don't really. So the sconce itself, the fire, gives you an aura of illusion magic.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Nothing else that you can discern within range.
Well, if anything comes up that's magical, let us know.
The
Otherwise,
you hear a
nothing in here.
loud, slow groan from the ship. Things don't quite shift, but you hear splashing down below, and you spot Gideon looking down. Is attempting to grab the rope and climb up. Seems in almost a fast, maybe panicked state.
Gideon,
What's wrong?
Are you okay?
Quickly pulling himself up the rope, grabs himself in the edge and grabs onto anything that he can make perch to drag himself
Yeah,
into the room.
I'll
Try to
reach
help him.
down and help him.
Said, "Hiya, there's something in the water."
Something in the water. Oh boy. What did you see exactly, Gideon?
They looked a flame almost.
A
A
flame?
flame? How close?
Coming this way.
Are they far? Are they close?
He looks down and he sort of motions for you to look down into the ship below.
I look down.
You see what look like small glowing orange uh, orbs circling below the water, starting to make their way into the ship.
That's
Uh,
not great. Should we make a hole and jump out of it? Or should
of
we stand
this.
and fight?
Uh, what is it? Was it
Uh,
following us?
They just sort of appeared. I don't know where they came from. One moment everything was calm, and the next they were there.
Doesn't seem good.
Does it look like there's anything we can bust through here that wouldn't head us straight towards like the glowing things?
I mean,
I
there's
can
the
Eldritch.
open area of the ceiling that you can sort of climb out towards the back of the ship, which is the highest point. Um, Aside from that, you can try and bust through the sides or something.
I could Eldritch Blast through the wall. Make a
I'm
hole.
gonna try to climb up through the ceiling then.
Okay, so acrobatics.
21.
Okay, if you're able to sort of hop up, latch onto it, and pull yourself up, sit yourself on the back of the ship, basically up there.
Do I see anything else when I'm up here?
Where do you want to look?
I guess just all around the ship, see if there's just those like few that are coming after us, or if it's like a swarm of it, or what?
So, looking like you move over, you look over to your left hand side, the side of the ship. Um, you notice coming out of one of the buildings, which the side of the ship is basically wedged into, uh, what looks like a burning rat. I'm going to give you an image here. The creature
Burning
itself
rat?
has a long tail, very wisp-like, and it is crawling up the side of the ship. As you watch the one, you see 3, 4, 5 more appear and start to crawl up their way along the side. The areas of the ship that they're latched onto are slowly starting to char and catch fire as well.
Oh boy.
So, what's the deal with flaming rats?
Sorry, what was that?
What's the deal with flaming rats?
I don't really want to.
Are they different? They're different from these orbs that are coming up the hallway, right?
The orbs were under the water,
Okay.
but it's a similar color. Like this
So
Tacitus is up at the top of the ship, sort of looking down at these things, and you're looking at something else.
so there's orange orbs sort of in the water down the hallway of the ship. and then there's fire rats that Tacitus sees climbing up the sides of the ship.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay, so that's the situation.
Your little
Are they
friend sort
leaving the
of
water?
wanders up to the side. He looks down at them, looks up at you, goes, "Splish."
Is that a concerned splish or a not
Sort of.
concerned splish?
Best you can discern is like a what the fuck splish.
Yeah, same, buddy, same. Um, are they leaving the water, or are they still just floating around in the water?
Looking down, you see some of those orbs reach the surface of the water, and those small burning rat creatures surface and start to latch onto the sides of the ship and climb their way up.
I'm gonna like reach a hand down and say, "Seems like the best way out. Come on, hurry up."
We're in the middle of a turf war.
I don't think this is a turf war. I think they're trying to attack us. I'm gonna try and jump up to Tacitus and see if I can get out there.
Yeah, you can grab onto him. He's got enough reach that he can just sort of grasp you and pull you up if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up there.
Okay.
Cool.
Gideon does the same. The
Um,
your little friend just sort of like throws himself at the wall, sticks to it, and worms his way up.
Fair enough. If we want to fight, I am a ranged spellcaster. This is my comfortable range.
Is it wise to waste your energy on this?
Maybe not, but what's our plan? Can we jump off the side of the ship?
You can jump off into the water. You can reach those buildings, the sides of the buildings that the ship is sort of wedged into. But it does
Okay.
appear like some of these creatures were coming out of one of those buildings, at least one of them on the one side.
The building where we found this creature, the weird lizard, like slimy thing, is that building far? It's not too far, right? It's only a few minutes.
Yeah, it's like a few minutes swim. You can see it off in the distance.
I suggest we go back there.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea to me.
The ship is starting
I
to,
don't-
to catch fire in places where these creatures are slowly sort of dragging themselves up towards you guys right now.
I don't much like the idea of fighting these things on a burning ship.
All right. I guess we're jumping
Okay.
to the
Crix
water.
as well.
Yep.
All right, you want to leap towards the front or towards the back of the ship? You want to leap towards the front, the direction of that building, correct?
Yeah.
Is the side
Yeah.
that you came in on?
Yeah.
Okay. So you leap off, you splash down into the water, you're able to drag yourselves up to the surface. Shortly after, that little guy just sort of sploots into the water next door to you and swims his way back up again with sort of his head poking out.
At
Look-
least he's safe.
Looking up, the
And
ship
happy.
itself is starting to engulf in flames from the center, sort of spreading down towards the front of the ship and up towards the back as well.
Well, that ship is done for. Good thing we got all we could from it.
Movie.
Yeah.
Are they coming after us, or are they sort of?
You want to stop and watch for a second, or do you want to keep moving?
Let's just keep going. Let's keep going.
I'm moving. I'm just looking back with my
So
head.
swimming away, after a few moments, you notice those creatures start to emerge from that central staircase and from the area that you came off of as well. It's the top back of the ship, and begin to throw themselves off into the water in your direction.
Well, shit.
As they hit the water, they become more of those orange glows, those little orbs.
Okay.
I guess we have to
Um,
fight, but might as well get
well-
back to the building first.
Yeah, let's get to the rooftop.
Okay. Everybody roll athletics for me for your swim. And do Gideon.
Athletics. 17.
26.
7.
All right. So you make it a good distance. Crix has fallen a little bit behind. Gideon as well is sort of struggling to keep up. Your little friend is just basically swimming circles around all of you the whole time.
Fair enough.
Crix, looking back, you notice a few of those creatures starting to get pretty close to you. 30 feet away. At this point, looking back, there's almost a procession, a line of these things coming from both the two buildings alongside of the ship and the ship itself, which is just engulfed in flames at this point and is slowly getting larger.
How far ahead or behind is Gideon
Uh,
from me?
Gideon's about 15 feet in front of you, and you guys are about 30 feet away from the rest of the party.
Okay, well, just gonna keep swimming.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Mage Armor on myself while I swim.
Okay. And Elwin, you're able to reach the building and sort of you just want to hoist yourself up.
Yeah. And
Tacitus as
then
well.
as soon as I get up onto the building, how close are they to Crix?
They're gaining on Crix. You look like they're maybe 30 feet behind.
I'm gonna fire 2 beams of Eldritch Blast at the ones closest to Crix.
Okay. And Crix, roll athletics for me again, please.
Just give him some covering fire.
Oh my god. 2.
Oh no.
Nat 1.
Oh no.
All right. So you roll your attack, Elwin.
Okay. The first one is 17. Second one is 19.
Okay. So you hit 2 of them. Sort of splashes up out of the water. Just as you attack, the little guy starts to flop himself onto the surface of the roof as well, and gets up onto the side and stares out towards Crix. Gideon notices you falling behind Crix. You feel something wrap itself around your ankle and begin pulling back at you. It feels
Oh,
warm, very warm.
As soon as I feel that, I am going to wild shape. And I'm going to wild shape into a hunter shark.
Okay.
Oh shit. I hit 2 of them.
Yes, you hit both.
Did it look like it? Do I have to roll damage or anything?
Yeah, roll your damage. Yeah. Pulling up the stat block for the hunter shark. Okay. And with that new form, Crix, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna just try to pull away from it and kind of go down into the water.
Okay. So as you get a little deeper into the water and look back, it looks like there's maybe hundreds of these things pouring into the water and towards the building that you're in.
Jeez.
Uh,
All right.
The first hit was 10 damage. The second hit was 13.
Okay. Yes, seems like you hit. You looks like you did some damage. You can't tell if anything was killed though.
Okay.
Gideon ignites the whip like weapons attached to his bracers as well as preparing to fight.
I'm gonna. So is Crix still in the water, or is he made it to
Crix is a shark.
Okay.
Gideon
Crix is a
finished.
shark.
Gideon finished his swim and he ignited his weapons and he's pulling himself up onto the rooftop.
Okay. Do I see how many there are?
You see dozens of lights from your perspective. You don't see the number that are underneath that Crix is eyeballing.
Okay. Well, there's certainly a lot of them. And I presume they'll be able to climb onto this rooftop where we're at. So if we're gonna stand and fight, this is gonna get messy.
The little friend just looks up at you and splish.
I agree. I agree.
Doesn't seem too disturbed. Just seems to enjoy your company at least.
I'm gonna like move towards the back of the rooftop and just like prepare myself.
Okay.
Give myself some space.
Tacitus, what are you doing right now?
Jesus, man. Um,
And And Crix, are you just circling? What's your shark strategy?
If I see, yeah, if I see one that's kind of gone off a little bit by itself, or something that looks like it's easy pickings, I'm gonna take a swim, hit, and run.
Okay. Yeah, you can move up and try to bite one of them if you want to roll the attack.
Yeah, wouldn't mind.
I'm gonna cast haste on Gideon.
Okay. Note that on him.
12.
Okay. You make a bite. You succeed and connect with one of them. Roll damage.
15.
Yeah, it's you shred the thing and it dissipates and sort of dissolves into almost ash in your mouth. Not a good taste to it.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some water.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be constantly trying to hit and run tactics if they're that squishy.
Right. There's more and more of them sort of piling into the water.
Fine.
They're starting to sort of reach the structure. They've got maybe about 45 feet between them and the structure, and that's sort of like the safe space you have right now, Crix.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna swim. I don't think I'm gonna be able to help much. I'm gonna swim towards the building they're coming out of. I want to see if there's something that's maybe created them, or if there's just a mass amount of these things in there.
Okay, you might influence some opportunity attacks by some of these things if there's sort of clouds of them in the water at this point.
Okay.
Still want to swim through?
Yeah, might as well. I don't think this is gonna end well, period.
Okay. So swimming towards the structures, um, a few of these things do seem to take snaps at you. Let me pull that up again. No, it's a snapping turtle. Sorry, I have too many tabs open now. Here's the Hunter Shark. Your AC is 12. So, two of them miss you. A couple of them manage to nip at you. You take 4 damage from a couple of these nymphs, but they don't seem to be focused on you. They seem to be focused on the building that your party is on, that your allies are on. They are all moving towards that structure. So for the
Okay.
most part, they move past you. When you get just close enough to some of them, they take the time to sort of snap at you, but they don't seem to be focused or care about you very much. Um, there are a couple areas of the structures alongside that ship that they do seem to be pouring out of. The closer you get, you see more and more of them starting to, like these orange glows form up and appear out of the holes in the side of these buildings on both sides of that ship, which is just engulfed in flames now, and you can see parts of it sort of crashing into the water above you.
Just try and assist Crix as best I can from the rooftop with Eldritch Blasts.
Yeah, there's hundreds of targets, so it's
Not
you
very
can
Shooting
you can
useful.
take some pot shots at some of them. Crix is pretty deep under the water too.
I don't have anything that can do group damage like this.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just gonna go where they're coming out of.
Yeah, you're there now, just seeing them sort of pour out of that hole. What do you want to do? And opposite you on the other side of where that ship is wedged in, you see there's another similar hole to this one where they seem to be emerging from.
They're emerging for both holes.
Yes, 2 buildings.
I'm gonna swim down to the base of the building underwater.
Okay.
And I want to see if I can look in to see whereabouts they're coming from inside.
Okay, on the inside, you see several of those spectral spirits just moving about. You don't see anything else. It looks pretty calm in at the ground floor of this thing, as opposed to wherever those creatures are coming from.
I'll slim up from like floor to floor to floor, see if I get a glimpse of something interesting.
Okay. As you reach one floor, that's just maybe a couple floors above that submerged hole that they are spilling out of, uh, you see what looks to be a skeletal form, spectral as the others, but where the other specters seem to have more features about them. This one seems to have no skin. It has more of a skull and bones visual to it. It's got a long trench coat on, and it's just sitting in a chair. And from its fingertips, you see this ash slowly spill onto the floor, and take this orange glowing form of these rat-like creatures with long wisp-like snapping tails. And as they hit the floor and take their forms, they scuttle off down a staircase, in which you would assume is the hole that they're emerging from.
Great. Can I get to the skeleton figure?
No, not in your shark form. The room that he's in does appear to be submerged as well.
Sorry
Did
about
we
that.
get-
Ran to the bathroom too.
No
Did we
worries.
get a short rest or not?
You did not get a
Before.
short rest. No, you just stopped for maybe
Okay.
10, 15 minutes at a time. You guys have not opted to rest yet.
Are they climbing up the building?
They are about 10 feet away now, slowly approaching.
And then have any of them gone after Crix?
Crix is pretty deep underwater, further up towards where that ship is. So you can't really make out exactly where he is. You can sort of see the shadow of him moving about around that building where the ship is wedged. But you can't make out if he's under attack or what he's dealing with under there. The water is starting to get filled with these things. The ship itself again is engulfed in flames. Pieces of it are starting to break off as it slowly starts to crack and break under the pressure of the fire. Anything you wanted to do on your end, Crix? You could try to force yourself against the building, maybe. There's things that you could do, but as
I'm
the
gonna
in the form of the
slam
shark.
into it. I'm gonna slam into it, the side of the building, to see if I can get its attention.
Okay. Do you want to roll strength to try? You want to try break it, or you just?
I'm gonna try to break it.
Okay.
Can I roll it off of this sheet? I think I can. I can. 15.
Okay. So you get a bit of distance and you swim straight towards the side wall and window that you can see the skeleton on the inside slam into it. The window does smash and break, and the impact. The wall itself of the structure creaks and bends a bit, doesn't break completely.
I mean, I'm gonna do it multiple times if it seems like it's gonna give.
Okay. So we'll come back to you then in a second. Elwyn and Tacitus, if you're back good, those creatures are starting to reach the structure that you're on and begin to encircle it. None of them have attempted to climb the walls just yet, but they are circling around the building.
I am going
Really?
to, I guess, patrol the sides of the wall with my uh with my glaive, and I guess just ready to poke them and try and push them off the walls or stab them.
I'm gonna look to
Swipe at them.
Tacitus and say, "I'll take this half. You take that half. Both cover portion of the wall."
Okay. Gideon takes the opposite side and begins to try to crack his whips, try to make attacks at these creatures as well. None of them seem to make any attempts to climb the walls as you're attacking. Correct. Make another strength check.
16.
Okay, you again crash into the wall. It bends and gives a good ways, or starts to crack. Still holding though. The interior of the inside, that skeleton appears to turn and look at you.
I'm just gonna keep doing it.
Okay, so you swim back for another strike. Elwyn, Tacitus, what are you guys doing?
It's just waiting. If they're not climbing, then like unless there's some that I can try and hit from where I'm at, I'm not gonna do anything.
Okay. Elwyn?
Yeah, I'm just I'm doing the same more or less, just preparing if they try and come up.
Okay. Gideon turns to you. He says, "We should do something."
I don't know what options we have. We're surrounded by hundreds of these things. We're at a disadvantage if we get into the water.
Crix, roll your attack.
Attack or strength?
Strength.
22.
Okay. So with that strike, you do break the wall. It caves in, buckles. A bit of the ceiling breaks and caves as well. The skeleton on the inside stands up slowly, still creating these rat-like creatures from his hands. They sort of continually drip out of his hands and onto the floor and take form and scuttle off. But he stands up and begins to approach you.
If I can get in close range of it, I'm gonna take a bite.
With your size, there's really not a big enough like surface for you to get in there and snap at him.
If that's the case, I'll go back and slam back in there.
Okay.
So
Okay, so atop the roof, Gideon looks over to the side, beckons to you guys, says, "I think they're trying to get inside below."
I guess I'll open the hatch or head towards the hatch.
Okay. Yeah, looking down below, you see that there's a number of those creatures starting to form themselves up the staircase uh, in that submerged room, make their way up towards that hatch.
Why would they come up that way? Can they not climb the walls?
Try and surprise us? I have no idea.
Maybe we should
I've-
shut the hatch for now.
I'll just close it. I'll close the hatch.
Okay. Anything else? Just
Any
close it.
any changes in the ones off the side of the building?
Looking over, they still seem to be circling. Some of them do disappear into the lower structure where they find areas that they can enter.
Is there anything I can put on top of the hatch that looks heavy on top of the?
I mean, you're probably the heaviest thing on the roof. There's really nothing else
Yeah,
there.
I guess-
So this is buckets.
I guess I'll just stand there until I feel it get warm.
Okay.
That's fair.
Crix.
If only I had a large area ice spell. Be very convenient.
Go ahead and roll your strength, Crix.
that one's bad. 7.
Okay. You crash into the side of it. Doesn't really cause much more damage than you had already caused. Looking back inside, you see that that's more skeletal figure in that dark trench coat. One of his arms stops creating those creatures and forms itself into what looks like a blade.
Okay.
It doesn't sound safe.
What do you want
How
to do,
long has
Crix?
it been since Crux has been away from us? About like
Couple
at
minutes.
least a good few minutes, right?
Yeah, 2-3 minutes, not long.
Mostly just seeing if it would be meta for me to be like, where the hell is Crix?
Oh, he's dead. You can.
I mean, you can. It wouldn't be meta to have that thought at the moment.
Yeah.
I think we saw him turn into a shark and then just vanish.
And then just
into the
vanish,
water.
yeah.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
What's your move, Crix?
I'm gonna smash into the wall again.
All right, another strike.
17.
Okay. You crash into it. You cause a bit of a bigger gaping hole. But that skeleton sort of was expecting you, was standing there waiting, and takes a slash with that blade.
Uh-oh.
That's fine.
Makes contact with your soft, sharky flesh.
Yeah.
Does 24 damage with the strike. You feel a bit of a burn from the impact as well.
That's
How
terrifying.
much?
24.
Little shocky.
How
Uh,
much HP does the shark have?
It had like 45.
45. Yeah.
Yeah.
God damn.
You notice on this skeleton with that, now that the area is sort of expanded a little bit, you can see inside a little more clearly. He has a bit of an empty sheath on his side as well. It's one of the only things that's attached to his person is a small belt with an empty sheath.
Okay. I'm gonna take a bite at him.
Okay, roll it.
Bum, bum, bum. Fucking 12.
Now you bite, snap at him, and he avoids it. Takes another slash at you. But this time he misses, having to more deftly avoid your attack. You feel the heat of that blade. It's sort of got a dark darkness to it. It's sort of a black metal blade.
Okay. I'm gonna snap again.
Okay, roll it.
18.
Okay, that's a hit. Roll your damage.
13.
Okay. So takes the bite, and it's at the side of him that was spewing those creatures. They stop for a moment. He stumbles backwards, but reignites after a moment, and then takes another swing at you. This one hits. 16 damage.
While this is happening, I'm gonna look to Tacitus and say, I'm gonna go try and see if I can find Crix. I can fly, so I'll be able to avoid them while I do so. Are you and Gideon okay to hold down the fort here for a minute?
Gideon nods. He's been sort of whipping down at the water at these creatures.
Yeah, just hurry.
And then I'm gonna use up another charge of my blight and go.
I have one hit point as the shock.
Oh boy.
Right.
I'm gonna fly off in the direction of where I saw Crix's shadow last.
So
And
you can see down below a shark basically just coming back from maybe having struck that structure.
did any of the weird rats follow me?
Looking back and looking around, you do see it seems like they are slowly moving away from that structure with Tacitus and Gideon and back in your direction.
Okay. Does Crix is Crix like he's how far down into the water is he?
It's a good distance down, about 45, 50 feet. Sort of looks like he's preparing. I assume, Crix, you're preparing another attack.
Uh-huh.
How far away are the rats from me now?
I mean, they're
I'm like sort of
underneath you in the water and seem to be moving away from the building towards you.
weird. All of them or just some of them?
It would appear to be all of them at the moment.
Why are they chasing me? It's weird. I'm gonna hover above in the sky, above where Crix is, for a minute.
Okay. Roll your attack, Crix.
Where the hell's my attack? There it is.
16.
That's not it.
Okay.
And another retaliation from the skeletal creature within does hit.
That's gonna
So,
drop me.
11 damage.
Yeah, that takes me out of my form.
Okay. Oh, and you see down below, Crick's knocked out of the shark form and takes his something struck him. You didn't see what. But you see him rush, make an attack in his shark form, and fall back as his normal.
Okay.
As that
What can I
happens,
do
along
right
the
now?
side, that ship cracks and groans, and a large portion of the back of the ship snaps off, plummets into the water below. Crix, you sort of see it and feel the force of it hit the water, push you back a bit. Do you want to resurface?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Elwin, what are you doing?
How heavy is Grix?
Uh,
You know what? Description. How heavy am I?
are you
Do
trying
I
to
not?
pick him up and fly with him?
I'm trying to see if I could do that.
I'm 200 pounds, and then with my equipment, I'm like pushing 3.
Oh my
You
god.
certainly cannot.
Well, shit. I don't know how to help Crix right now. Is he being surrounded by the fire rats?
No, they're nearby him. It seemed to be getting closer to him, as well as a
Hmm.
lot of those rats from the structure. You can see them almost cleanly moving away from the building now. Tacitus, you and Gideon, sort of, you have a bit of space between you and those creatures now, and you see them pouring out from inside the structure back out into the water.
How far away is Elwin?
About 260 feet.
260. So like we can barely even see him.
Yeah, he's off in the distance towards that ship. Basically, the one of the buildings that ship was wedged between.
God damn it. So we
This is
would see the things starting to like peel off the building and like head back towards that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. Uh
Crix, what are you doing?
I would say this seems bad, and I'm
yeah.
gonna jump back in the water and say, uh I'm heading back. There's something wrong.
In order to test a hunch, I'm gonna briefly fly in a separate third direction, not in the direction of uh,
Okay.
Tacitus or in the direction of Crix.
You can fly off to the west towards the building on the opposite side that the ship is wedged
I'll
between.
go that way. I just want to see if they follow or what they do.
Okay.
The
So
rats.
you fly off. Crix, what are you doing here?
I'm gonna try to swim to the group.
Which part of the group? Elwin or Tacitus and Gideon?
Probably, I don't know. Those that are on the roof.
Okay. Well, they just dove into the water after you, but you guys can
Yep.
meet up with each other, I suppose. So okay. So Tacitus, you hop into the water, you swim for a bit. You see Crix swimming in your direction as well. Elwin, you fly for a minute, hover and look back. It does seem like those creatures again have changed direction, and are following you.
How strange.
Is Crix actually hurt from
I'm a
the
little hurt.
Fuller, yeah.
Okay. Uh how much health do you need?
Not much, like 10 health.
Okay. I'm gonna like as we've met up and I'm like I guess we're swimming to like a nearby rooftop, I'm going to like keep my hand on you and restore your health
Thank you.
with lay on hands. And I'll do 10 health. What's happening?
So it seems like those rat creatures are moving away from you towards the direction that Elwyn flew.
So apparently there's some kind of skeleton that has a smoking habit, and the ashes of whatever it's doing is creating these things.
Okay.
Yeah,
And they're chasing Elwyn?
hell if I know at this point.
Having hovered in the air for a moment now,
Mhm.
I'm just waiting for them. Do they congregate beneath me?
It seems like they are slowly gathering up beneath you.
In my mind, I like reach out to Off, and I'm like, "What the hell is this?"
You get a bit of a response for a moment. It's more like a grunt. It's like, look, I'm not here to solve every one of your problems.
Well, it seems like you got me into this one, so
Get another grumble and a feeling of discontent as well, and a bit of anger. Says, what do you expect me to do?
why are they after me? The only thing that's changed about me recently is possessing your blade.
Well, have you possessed
This-
anything else recently?
No. Does this have something to do with perhaps the dagger that was on that ship?
Could.
Although I don't have that. That's possession by Tacitus. Well,
I'm
I guess I'll
sorry,
just lead them away.
Can't help you. I can try and take you somewhere else.
Don't know if that's gonna work. Whatever, I'll solve this myself. And I'm just gonna like I'm gonna fly further just to see if like these rats, if they get further away from the source, if something happens to them.
Okay. He's flying further to the west.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is I guess a bit of a meta question. Can you fight underwater like as a normal person?
Yeah, but you take disadvantage.
Yeah, everything
Okay,
you do is
yeah, like
disadvantage.
it's like massively difficult.
Yes.
Like, if you
Not
use
ideal.
spells, you lose your breath.
Yeah, and if I'm assuming that like swinging a glaive like doesn't actually like I have to like probably swing that with like a relatively high minus, right?
You're at disadvantage, so you would.
Disadvantage. Okay.
Yeah.
When you make a melee weapon attack, you have disadvantage on the attack roll. A ranged attack automatically misses a target beyond the weapon's normal range.
Yeah, you can't really fire arrows underwater. It's not a good time.
So but you have
That
resistance to
thing that
fire
you were
damage.
fighting, is there like any part of the building that's like that was above water?
Yeah, there's a good portion of the building that's above water. That's the building that ship is wedged between. It's one side of the wedge, basically.
Well, do we go fight the skeleton? I guess I'll ask Crix.
Totally could. I'm sure there's something that we could do to it, maybe. I already had it once.
Well, I've given you guys a temporary distraction by leading the rats away.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll head towards there.
Okay. You want to try and find a way to get into that building?
Yeah.
Okay. And Elwyn, how long do you want to fly? How far do you want to fly away?
Not super far, but I'd say another like 90 feet.
Okay. So they
And I
do.
want to try and pay attention to see if there's anything that changes about their behavior.
Nothing really changes about the behavior. They follow along with you. When you stop, they seem to congregate and circle below you. There's a pretty good trail of them leading through the water now to you.
Looking at the one that's at the forefront of the pack, I'm gonna use speak with animals and try and communicate with it.
It'd be sort of like they're sort of congregating in a circle down below you. If you choose one of those, you don't get a response.
Okay. Do they? Oh boy. I'm gonna like get a little bit closer
Okay.
and see if they like try and jump out of the water.
How close you want to get?
Uh, I'd say like 10 feet.
Okay. So they, as the closer you get, the more frantically they start to flail about down below. Several of them do start to push themselves up out of the water on top of each other almost, as they try and launch each other at you. They can't quite make it very far out of the water. They get 2 or 3 feet off the surface before they go back in. The water itself is sizzling with heat around these creatures.
Can I count how many, or is it more than like?
I mean, you'd be counting for a while. Yeah, there's quite a few, and there's several of them under the water as well. There's no really way you can get an accurate count at this point.
Okay, so I have nothing I can use to really attack these things. All of my things are 1 or 2 targets max. Uh, they seem to be following me for some reason, and there's a skeleton that the rest of the group are going after, but I can't lead these things back to them. So I'm just gonna like chill. I'm gonna like rise up a little bit more and just chill.
Okay. So Tacitus and Crix with Gideon. You reach the side of that building. There's a couple windows that you could reach that you can try to smash your way into if you wanted to get inside.
Sure, let's smash more stuff.
Okay. There's a nearby window. Now I'm not going to have you roll for anything. You can sort of just work your way through and smash through it. Reach your way inside the structure. Uh, this one is it's about 4 feet above water level, so you sort of hoist yourself up inside, and the room itself is pretty wide. It's pretty long and large. Maybe it looks like a ballroom of sorts almost. There's several staircases that lead down, and a few doors, maybe 3 doors that you can see off to your right hand side that are closed currently.
Um, okay. Do I hear anything in particular from this building?
No, it's sort of
Like
an
any sounds?
eerie silence in here. You also don't notice any of those spectral figures moving about in this particular area of the building.
Okay, so you said there were three doors that are like on this same level,
Yeah,
right?
on the same level on the right hand side of this room, and there's a staircase pretty close to you on your left hand side, and another one further into the room.
Uh, let's see. Crix told me that we were fighting the skeleton lower, so I'm just gonna head towards the staircase.
Okay. The water level is roughly a foot below the staircase's level here.
I want to try something on a whim.
Okay. Um.
1 sec, Ellen.
Christ. I'm gonna look through the. I guess I'll head back up and look at the doors.
Okay. You just want to.
Like go through. I'll go through one of them, the first one that I come up to.
Okay. There's a staircase leading up. When you
Not
open
towards the stair.
when you open the door,
Yeah.
you hear what sounds like footsteps shuffling up that same staircase.
The one heading upstairs.
Yes.
Okay, you said we hear footsteps near the one heading upstairs.
Sounded like they went up the stairs as you open the door.
I'll turn to Crix and say, "Did you hear that?"
No, I did not.
Uh, I'll open the other door.
Yep, this one seems like an office space of sorts. There's a desk and a couple chairs sitting in front of the desk. in a more ruined state. The desk itself doesn't seem like it's in that bad a condition, but it is a bit decayed and mossed over a bit.
Okay. And behind the third door?
Moving past and opening that last door, there's a hallway that extends into a darker portion of the building.
I'll head upstairs then.
Okay, Crix.
Back to the first door.
I'm gonna follow behind.
Okay. Gideon will follow behind as well. Hold up the back of the group. Elwin, what did you want to try?
I'm gonna go to a rooftop nearby.
Okay. Nearest one is about
And
4 stories out of the water.
okay, I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna drop the ledger on top of that rooftop.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna fly about 50 feet further to the west.
Okay. So we'll get back to you in a second then. Tacitus, you climb a set of stairs and it rounds a corner. It goes up another flight of stairs to an upper level. You're in sort of a small room with a closed door as well, similar to the one that you came in.
Do I hear anything in here?
Not currently.
I'll open the door in front of me.
Okay. As you open the door, you hear echoing footsteps off on the right-hand side that disappear somewhere off into the building. As you sort of peek through into the room, you lose sight of it. You can't really see exactly what it was. Sounded like it was moving
Past
kind
the
of fast.
doorway to the right?
Yeah, to your right-hand side as you open the door.
Well, I guess I'm gonna run after that echoing footsteps then.
Okay. You're running down a pretty narrow hallway. Crix, are you following? You're going to run with Tacitus as he takes off?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Gideon's going to run forward as well and try and keep up with you. So you run for probably about 10 seconds before you reach another wall, and it's sort of splits left and right. There's a window in front of you looking out towards the opposite side of the building as well.
If I listen real close, do I hear anything on in either direction?
Roll perception.
Seven.
Yeah, you stop and listen for a second. You almost make something out, but you can't tell which direction it came from.
If I look at the ground, is there anything that like dust or any sort of like footsteps or anything like that that indicate one or the other?
Investigation.
Haha. 2.
Yeah, looking about. Looks like a floor.
Okay, well I'm just gonna choose right.
Okay. Crix, you're still following along?
Yes.
Okay. Gideon as well catches up and moves along with you. Moving down this right hallway, you pass a doorway, a pretty small doorway, not the same size as some of the other in the building. About half the size of a normal doorway, you'd say. It reaches just above your waist.
Small doorway? I guess I'll open it.
Okay. You reach down, push the door open. Looks to be a tiny sort of room on the inside. Also, everything on the inside here is old and decayed. You'd have a lot of trouble sort of squeezing yourself in if you try
Yeah.
to get in there.
No,
But there's a very tiny bed in the back corner. Doesn't really look recently messed with, and looks like there's various toys and things scattered about.
Okay. I guess we'll continue down the hallway.
Okay, Crix as well.
I'm following straight behind.
Okay, so you continue down the hallway. You reach what's essentially you can continue moving forward, but there's also a path to the right hand side that seems like it has multiple directions that it would take you in.
Well, I guess I'll try the same thing. I'll try and see if I can hear anything.
Perception.
Jesus Christ, 12.
You stop. You listen. You faintly hear what sounds like almost a giggle. You can't quite perceive where it came from, though. It almost sounds like it came from all around you.
Christ, man. I'll go straight ahead.
Okay. Crick's following. Back to Elwyn, very quickly.
Yes.
So you fly for a bit. You get a good distance away. Those creatures didn't follow you this time. Also, off to your right-hand side in the water, you see a similar sight, something you recall from earlier, a child being dragged by a man with a procession of spirits below the water.
Do I know how far the temple is from where I am right now?
Looking about, you say that they're about halfway across from that distance where you know the temple to be.
I have a sneaking suspicion we don't have a lot of time. The rats are no longer following me.
They are no longer following you. They seem to have stopped and are converged and climbing into and around that building that you dropped that ledger.
Okay, I'm gonna fly full speed towards the rest of the group.
Okay. So back inside that building, you reach a doorway with a hallway that moves off to the left and to the right. Normal doorway, normal sized doorway this time.
So there's a door in front of me and a hall to the left and a hall to the right.
Yes.
I'll open the door.
Okay. Opening the door, towards the back right area of the room, you hear those footsteps again. Cluck, 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 cluck. Something moving quickly and away. Again, gone before you can get a good sight of it.
This is one of those fucking fish things. I say that in character.
So, yeah. So you enter the room. This one again seems like it's got several toys scattered about on the ground. Looks like it was sort of like a children's play area of sorts. There's small wooden toys, also old and decayed uh, fabric dolls sitting in various areas of the room with small chairs, a small table. There's a box that's a wooden box sitting open to your right hand side, and a couple small chairs. One of them has a leg broken off, and it's just sort of sitting there, leaned over.
I'm gonna let's see. What would I even say this is the character? I think I'm just gonna kick a table. And be
Okay.
like, what are we even fucking doing?
When you kick that table, you hear pretty loudly this time giggle like.
Is it in the room?
Sounds like it's in the room.
If I look over to where the giggle was coming from, do I see anything?
No.
Hmm. Would my character be enraged enough at this point to swing?
Crix, are you doing anything in here?
No, not at the moment.
I'm gonna draw my glaive and sort of like pull like my arms back with it as if I'm going to swing at the corner.
Okay. Do you swing?
Yeah.
Just are you trying to hit the wall, or are you just swinging at the air?
At the air.
Okay. Yeah, you swing through. Don't seem to make contact with anything. Crix, you see Tacitus swinging around.
I'm gonna end up looking around to try to see what it is that he's looking for.
Okay. You can roll investigation if you'd like.
So he's an investigation. 10.
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary that you can see. You don't see any creatures nearby or anything that you could have been attacking, or signs of anything.
I keep hearing this laughing.
What would you guys like to do?
Honestly, this is a waste of time. I just head back out the door and, like, I guess just head back the way we came, because we just need to. At this point, I still don't know that anything that's happened with Elwyn. So at this point, I'm just mad that I've wasted time. So I'm just gonna head back to like the first room, I guess.
Okay. You head back out. You walk down the hallway that you came from. Which way do you want to turn?
So this is the first hallway, the one that there's two hallways to the left and right.
So yeah, you exited that door. You've got the hallway to the left and the right, and then the hallway straight in front of you.
Straight.
Okay. And yeah, you walk past there, and you reach the wall that again splits off towards the there. You can continue forward, or you can
There's
turn left.
Yeah, there's one
Or you
left
can
and one
continue.
forward. I'll go forward.
Okay. Crix, you're following along.
Yes.
Okay. Elwyn, you arrive back at the building where you last saw your party sort of treading water. They're gone.
Can I go back to the place where I saw Crix exit his shark form?
Yeah. You don't see anything at first, but down in the water, you do see those two black little beady eyes staring up at you. Familiar friend.
Seeing him, I'm just gonna hover above and wait. See if they come out.
Okay. Yeah, you don't see them anywhere around.
I can only assume they went back after whatever that thing was that Crix was trying to chase or fight.
So you just want to hang out outside?
Yeah, I'll just be hovering above the water.
Okay.
While I'm doing this, can I, having carefully investigated that ledger,
Mhm.
can I try and recall if there was anything in there that might have attracted the attention of anything like this? Or if it was just perhaps the existence of it?
I mean, when you were investigating, you didn't really find anything of note. Doesn't mean there wasn't something else there that you didn't catch.
It didn't seem like they were after the dagger that we took from the ship either, so it was something specific about the ledger. Well, too late now.
Okay. So back inside the building, Tacitus, you move through. You reach another split. There's a left and a right.
So the one that's going right should be going sort of like to the back also, right? Like sort of in the direction
Presumably.
that we came.
You've taken a lot of
Okay.
turns, so.
Then the left.
Okay. So you move left. You again hear a bit of giggling behind you. Keep
And if I
moving.
continue going?
Yeah, you keep walking.
Yeah.
Okay. So you keep moving. You pass by that small door that you had found.
Okay, we keep going.
Okay. You reach a path where it's straight ahead. You can turn left.
There's a path, and the only way I can go is left?
There's a path ahead, and there's a path to the left.
To the left.
Okay. Crick's also still just following along.
Yep.
Okay. So you move down the hallway again for another couple minutes. Every now and then you hear that giggle about behind you. You pass through. You reach a hallway that leads to the left and to the right with a doorway in front of you.
If I what do I see if I open the door?
Looks like a playroom of sorts. Toys scattered
Oh,
about on the ground.
Jesus Christ.
Haunted kits. I don't
If
like
I try and
toys.
figure out which way is north, does it work in here?
Yeah, you're able to sort of get your bearings and get your northern direction.
Would I have? I wouldn't. I wouldn't know retroactively which side of the building we came in, would I?
Knowing that the shipwrecks were sort of northeast in the direction, you could assume that you came in from the south end of the building.
Okay. Which way is south from where I'm at?
It'd be directly opposite the doorway that you just opened.
Okay, I'm gonna try and follow back out, opting to choose any south direction.
Okay. On the outside, Elwin, you finally see what's left of that ship, that burning ship, crack and break and crash out from between those buildings and hit the water pretty hard. It begins slowly sinking down. Inside the building, you feel a bit of the shake. You hear the drag of it as something on the outside, which you can presume is that ship uh, unlatching itself from where it was wedged and crashing into the water. You still holding your position, Ella?
I look down to my little finned friend and I say, "Do you know where the rest of them went?"
He
I think I know his answer.
he nods at you.
Wish.
He points his three flippers towards the building. Splash!
Can you take me to them? I'm gonna descend to the water.
Okay. He very quickly swims up and latches onto the side of the building, worms his way up to a smashed window, and pops inside.
I'm gonna go try and find them. At least
Okay.
let them know that we're no longer being chased by those rats.
Okay. He gets inside and he sort of looks around a little bit. Heads over towards the staircase that goes down into the submerged water, and points his three fins at you and goes splash.
I'm gonna follow him,
He hops down and submerges into the water below.
and as do I.
Okay. So you approach, leaving that doorway and moving back south of what you know is south. There's left and right turn that you can make there still.
Wait, so one of them heads east and one heads west then?
Yes. Yeah, your left would be east.
I'll go east.
Okay. You pass a couple doorways along the way.
Are they normal height?
Yeah, normal height doorways.
I don't recall seeing any of these before, so I'm gonna head back instead.
Okay. So you want to head in the western direction instead?
Yes.
Okay. So you move through. There's again, you reach a point where you can continue moving forward, or you can turn left or right.
So I was heading west.
Left would be the south.
Okay, I'll head left.
Okay. You move through and you find what seems to end in a staircase going down.
I'll go down the staircase.
Okay. Crix, you're good just following along?
Yep.
Okay. Elwin, you submerge into the room below, holding your breath.
Yep.
Your little friend starts swimming in a direction away from the staircase towards what looks to be an open doorway. The door is just broken off under the water.
I'm simply following at this point.
Okay. He passes through the doorway, and you follow behind him. You see a massive hole in the side of the room, and standing within that hole, where the wall is just crumbled and fallen off, seems to be a skeletal figure with its back to you and with somewhat of a trench coat.
Oh shit. Does my finned friend keep going?
No, he stops and stares at that creature.
And then I shake my head at him.
What do you shake? No, or
No.
he
Does it do anything?
he looks to you and then he looks back at the creature. His fins move up and he looks to you.
Is there air in that room?
No, you're underwater.
Okay, so the skeleton is just sitting underwater.
It's just standing there, staring off.
I can't talk to him because I'm underwater. So he's just there. Does he notice my presence?
Not yet. He's got his back to you. Doesn't acknowledge you.
I'm gonna get a little closer and just see if I can identify anything about him.
Okay.
If he's wearing anything in particular that might signify maybe his rank or who he is or what he does.
Okay. He's just got that long black trench coat. Looks like maybe a sailor's trench coat. He has one boot on his right foot. The other one is just bone. You can see his hands. They're black with ash coming out of the arms of that jacket. Otherwise, it's just the skull sitting atop.
So it's likely that he was. Does he look like he might have been a ship captain?
Could have been. Doesn't have any the captain's head or anything like that, but sailor of some kind maybe.
I'm gonna sort of circle around with a bit of distance between me and him. I'm gonna try and see his front.
Okay. The skull slowly turns, looks at you, empty eyes.
Weird. And I'm gonna look back at the pinned friend of ours and see if he's.
He moved up
Doing
along
anything.
with you, sort of swum up alongside of you, and he's still just sort of staring at this creature.
It would certainly help if I could talk, but I can't.
Yeah, you're slowly running out of air.
I'm gonna go back in the way that I came.
Okay, back up the staircase and into that room.
Yeah.
Okay. He looks back and forth between you and the creature, but he does follow you.
Do I have air here?
Yeah, you can get back up the staircase to that room that you came in, that is above the water level.
Okay. I'm gonna pause there for a bit and just take a breath.
Okay.
And look at this creature and be like, why did you bring me there? I was looking for my friends.
He looks at you, and again he looks down at the water and pokes it.
I don't understand you. I'm gonna go back out and leave. I'm gonna go back out and hover, I guess, above the water. And just wait and see if my friends come out at some point.
Okay. So Tacitus and Crix, you move down that staircase. You come out in just a small room with a door.
Okay, open the door.
Opening the door, there's a long hallway that extends off to your right-hand side, and there's another door in front of you directly.
I'm still heading south, right? The
Uh,
doorway is south.
Yes.
I'll head through the door.
Okay. You look to be in a small playroom of sorts. There's toys scattered about on the ground. Small wooden box.
And there's nothing else inside this room?
Nothing else. Looks similar to the other ones that you've seen.
If I leave the room, am I back where I was?
Yes. Still in that room with the staircase and the hallway out to the left and the room in front of you with the staircase.
I'll go to the left then.
Okay. You guys walk through the hallway for just a minute. It's kind of a longer hallway. The architecture in here is very strange. You're noticing there's not a lot of sense to some of these corridors. You reach another cross where you can turn left or turn right, and you again hear giggles from both directions.
I turn to Crix. I'm fucking lost.
I've been following you, so if you're lost, I'm lost.
Well, do you hear the giggling?
Do I?
You do.
Yes. They're
I think
disturbing.
whatever it is fucking with us.
Perhaps.
When I come out of this room or at this hallway, which way is south?
So coming out of the hallway, your left hand turn to be south.
I'll head left.
Okay. It takes you about a minute of walking through this corridor with just nothing on the walls. Before you reach another door in front of you.
And I open the door.
There's a staircase going down.
And I go through.
Sure. Move down.
And there's another door.
There's another door. Room with a door.
And I open the door.
Okay, going out, there's a path to your left and to your right hand side.
I have no idea how to get out of here, is what I'll say to Crix.
Any ideas, Crix?
Is Gideon with us?
Gideon is gone.
This is going very well. Very well indeed.
Okay. I'll use my last detect or divine sense.
Okay. You sense the presence of something very evil nearby.
Lovely.
Where is it?
Hard to get in a specific direction. It almost feels like it's all around you.
In the belly of the beast.
So there's evil everywhere.
At least the presence of it. Yes, you get the presence and the feel.
If I push my hand against the wall, what does it feel like?
Warm, oddly.
Oh,
I'm gonna stab the wall.
eaten by something.
Roll damage.
Let me see here. 10.
Hey, you pierce through it. It makes almost like the squish of flesh as your blade connects, and everything shakes. The building shakes. Elwyn, where you're sitting, everything shakes and rumbles. The water erupts from the staircase below you almost in a geyser for a moment before it crashes back down and things settle.
I'm gonna stab the wall again.
Roll damage again.
What is going on down there?
7.
This time the walls crack, the ceiling cracks. Elwyn, you are thrown backwards with the force, almost as if the building got hit by a truck. The water again shoots up, fills a bitter portion of the floor around you, and starts to form puddles. Tacitus and Crix, you're thrown back off into the hallway that you came from, just a few feet, land on your backs. And the whole building almost groans and creaks. For a moment, there's silence, and then another moment later, you hear again giggles.
Yikes. I'm gonna go back to that skeleton to see if he's still there.
Okay, so you go back into the water.
Yeah, I'm just gonna swim back to that skeleton with my fin friend.
Okay, yep, he hops in and he follows you. Gets a bit ahead of you, swims through the doorway again, and stares at that creature, still standing there.
I'm gonna go up to it and just like tap it on the shoulder,
Okay. The head slowly turns.
and
Again, void
gonna
of eyes face you.
I'm gonna point back towards the staircase and like beckon for him to follow,
Okay. And do you move in that direction?
and then I'm gonna start moving in that direction.
The head slowly turns back, peering out at that hole.
Do I see what he's looking at through the hole?
Just looking off into the water, it's hard to say if he's looking at anything in particular. There's the structure of another building out in front of you. The wreckage of that ship is starting to slowly sink and fill the streets below, off to your right hand side.
The hole just goes out of the building into the water, right?
Yeah, into the water towards that building that you came from.
Uh, okay. Well, seeing that he's not responding, I'm just gonna go back out of the. I'm gonna leave the building entirely.
Okay, out the same way you came in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go back to waiting.
Little guy follows you and hops off into the water. Back inside, Tacitus and Crix.
Well,
Let's.
I guess right in the belly of something, seemingly.
What would you guys
I'm
like
gonna
to
slice again.
do? Slice again. Roll
Yeah.
damage.
Cut your way out of it.
13.
Okay. So again, everything shudders, creaks, cracks, shakes. You're thrown off your feet, both you and Crix, for a moment. Elwyn, from the outside, you see the entire building creak and lean to the side just a bit.
I'm gonna use Divine Smite.
Interesting. Let's see.
With a second level spell slot.
Second slot. Okay.
So that's 3d8 damage.
Yep. It's a radiant
13 more
damage, correct?
damage. Yeah, 13 radiant damage.
Okay.
And it's 1d8 for radiant plus against radiant is an extra 1d8 against undead
Yes.
or fiends.
The wall sizzles almost as you make contact. For a moment, burns a hole through it that sort of reforms. You see an essence of that same spectral nature that you saw in some of those creatures that you had dealt with before. As it sort of closes back in and seals itself back up. Again, the building shudders completely and violently. On the outside, Elwyn, you see your little friend. He looks up at you, splish, really upset about whatever's going on. Sort of frantically pointing with his fins at the building,
Is he pointing in a particular direction?
just
Of the building, or
at the
just?
building.
I'm gonna go up to the building and just sort of like try and investigate the exterior, like feel it, see if it feels like a regular building or if there's something different about it.
Feels pretty normal, but as you reach up and touch the building, you hear a crash above you, and out of a broken window, maybe 8 stories up, comes Gideon falling past you into the water below.
I'm gonna quickly swim down to him, or like fly down to him.
And he's just quickly swimming up, trying to gather himself, get back up off the water. He's breathing heavily and starts swimming away from the building.
I'm gonna like go up to him and be like, Gideon, what the hell happened?
Just
Where did
get
you just
away
come
from the
from?
building. Just get away. Don't go near it. And he's swimming,
Tacitus,
lashes onto the building across the way and starts to pull himself up and attempt to climb up it.
I'm gonna say, where are Tacitus and Crix? I thought they were with you.
I turned around 1 second. They were gone. I lost them. I don't know where they are. I thought maybe they came
How
back out.
how far into the building did you
There's
go?
something in there.
Well, I think the whole building is something.
Oh, there's
It's
something
been
worse.
lurching
There's something worse.
unnaturally.
I've never seen anything like it.
How far in did you go with them?
He pulls himself up to the rooftop after climbing a couple stories and just lays out on his back looking up. And we went decently far up some staircases through some hallways. It was a bit winding. I lost my way. I turned around, trying to get an idea of where I was. I turned back and they were gone.
You said you went up?
Yes.
I'm gonna fly over to the window that he came out of
Okay.
and look inside it.
Looks pretty ordinary. Sort of a long hallway.
Hmm. Shit. Do I go inside after them? I feel like I'm just gonna get as lost as they are. Might not be a good idea.
Tacitus and Crix, what are you guys doing right now?
So the wall burned, but reformed
Yeah,
itself.
burned away and then reformed itself with a bit of it. For a moment, it looked as the same spectral energy as what you had seen on that man's arm when you attacked it, basically. The one that was dragging that child. The building reformed with that same energy and then just the sort of solidified.
Trying to leave didn't work. Trying to hit the walls didn't work. What else can we try?
What do you think, Crix?
Well, what can I do that's magic?
This reacted to my divine smite. So this is unholy in some nature.
I mean,
So I guess we could have guessed that.
it's not undead.
It could possibly be undead.
When I saw the building lurch, did it seem like a living thing almost?
Not necessarily, but the way it tilted and tipped was very unnatural.
Like not something a building would do.
Nah, not something that you'd assume that it would do in any case, unless it was tipping over and falling, and it didn't do that.
I'm gonna like fire an Eldritch Blast down the hallway.
Okay. Roll the damage.
Gonna be 10.
Okay, so you fire the blast off. There's almost a howl, like a rush of energy that blows from the hallway. You can see it picking up dust and debris as it approaches you after you fire that blast, knocks you back several feet. The building shakes. Within Tacitus and Crix, you again feel a shake and a shudder from above, not as violent as when you hit the wall in front of you, but you feel it reverberate through the structure.
Okay.
The way it bounced back, was it similar to when I fired against that barrier?
Yeah, it's reminiscent.
So it seemed to come from above us.
Yeah, that came from above you.
Can I go back through the door where we went down the staircase, but go up instead?
Yeah. So you turn around, you move down that area. You find the doorway that leads up to the stairs. The second you open the door, there's the spectral face of a child just grinning at you. Leans its head to the side and says, "Help me." And
We're done with
we're
children.
gonna pause there until next week.
Oh my god. I'm so confused.
God.
I don't know what's going on.
You guys definitely found your way into a situation.
I have a trump card up my sleeve. I've been saving and just waiting.
Are they goats?
Okay.
Tell me it's not goats.
No, it's not goats. It is not goats.
Okay, good.
I'm interested to see what that is.
I almost used it on the skeleton until you asked me if I wanted to surface. And I was like, yeah.
You know what? Considering that this thing reacts into radiant damage like that, I wonder what would happen if I just sent my wall of light right through the thing.
I thought that's what you were gonna do.
I only have one spell slot, and I'm like very hesitant
Yeah, you guys need to
to burn
rest.
it. Yeah, I'm so out of resources.
Definitely needs to slot a rest in next game.